Hello, we are back with flying. I will get to the things. So, disclaimer, and not just the one further below. Haha, I added a disclaimer. I hope that it is sufficient. But further disclaimer, apart from that one. So, I was deciding what to do for this even's ground portion. Da-da-da-da. Flight instructor practical test standards for airplane. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to go all the way through it like that. I will find the contents and then we will do some clickage. Okay. So, right there. So again, we went through aeromedical factors. We're waiting on runway incursion avoidance, as well as visual scanning collision avoidance, as well as principle of flight. We did airplane flight controls. So the next one was airplane weight and balance. Yay, exciting. It looks short, weight and balance terms, effective weight and balance on performance, methods of weight and balance control, and determination of total weight and center of gravity and the changes that occur when adding, removing, or shifting weight. Plus, the next one that I am working on is going to pre-flighting, pre-flight preparation. Went through certificates and documents, went through weather information, went through operation of systems, we'll get to that. Performance and limitations. So I figured, yeah, this one would be good as a refresher. It looks nice and short. And then I found my whiteboard of it. Here we go. Are you ready? Boom! It's a little involved, but we're doing it anyway. So, oops. So it's going to be probably a little bit more of a struggle than usual because also, let me make sure I don't have anything weird on here. Yeah, this was my lesson plan. I think at that time I was trying to be a little bit more, what's the word? Well, I guess long-winded in my lesson plans. And I did. I had this stuff down with the whiteboard thing. But now that I haven't done it in a while, we'll see. So, yeah. So anyway, again, airplane weight and balance, task F, to determine that the applicant exhibits instructional knowledge of the elements of airplane weight and balance by describing what we said before. Amazing. Excellent. Whiteboard. Boom, boom, boom. So, we shall start. Oops, sorry. Shoot. I wish I could not. Ooh, can I do it just slightly not like that? Okay, fine, whatever. So we're gonna start it like that right there in the middle. Where is my freaking cursor? There it is. I will check the things and then we will get started. Okay, seems all right. Hello. Are we flying today? We will be flying today. We're going to do a struggle of a ground lesson first, and then yes, we will be flying. How is it going? I hope you're well. We are doing weight and balance today. And honestly, it is. Not only am I less, what's the word? Oh God, that's so terrible. Look at this. Can you see my cursor? I have gotten slightly better, I think, at the drawings. But this is just, it looks like a puppy dog. Like a very sad puppy dog. From the back, but that's supposed to be from the front. I'm sorry. You're fine, okay? I hope fine is like a good fine, and I am well. I had a lesson that didn't go quite the way that I wanted it to go, so that was unfortunate. But we're gonna keep trucking along, and And yes, and yes, just continue. And we'll just get better eventually, hopefully. Cursor there. Boom. Okay. So we're going to talk about weight and balance. No, just hang on. I already messed up my intro. So we would have already talked about the 4 forces of flight: lift, weight, thrust, and drag. This lesson, we are going to focus on the force of weight. I need to get something that's more visible. The force of weight. You can see that, right? Okay, hang on. Weight. So, our weight must be counteracted by our lift. And our lift is limited because our airfoil is only designed to provide a certain amount. So if our weight is too heavy to the point where that limited lift cannot counteract that weight, it might not be able to get off the ground, or if it is able to get off the ground, it might not be able to climb, and that can lead to bad situations. If the aircraft is lighter, it is more easily displaced. So not only does it affect its ability to actually take off, if it's even just a little bit heavy or lighter, we'll talk about heavy first, it will affect the performance of the aircraft in the form of our takeoff and landing distance roll. That will increase because as we talked about before. So yes, in our forces of flight lesson, we talked about, or would have talked about, we haven't yet on here, will at some point. Heavier objects require more force to be moved, and our power from our engine gets split between our forward movement of thrust and our upward movement of lift. So, and then a greater angle of attack generally results in a greater amount of lift, and a greater amount of lift results in a greater amount of drag. Keeping all of those things in mind, takeoff and landing distance roll increases because our power goes first to our thrust, and whatever's left over goes to our lift, and that excess weight needs to be counteracted by excess lift, which requires more power. And so it takes more time on that roll out, as well as that takeoff roll, that takeoff roll, in order to actually gain that lift to counteract the weight. And on our landing, it takes more of that roll to decrease or get rid of that lift that needed to counteract that weight. There we go. Sorry. Stall speed will also increase because, like we said, greater angle of attack means greater amount of lift. So for a lighter aircraft, let's say it's at 3 degrees and 100 knots, and again, these are just illustrative numbers, not actual numbers, so just keep that in mind. Lighter aircraft at 100 knots would take let's say 3 degrees angle of attack in order to stay in level flight. A heavier aircraft would need a greater angle of attack because it needs greater lift to counteract that weight. So at 100 knots, it would maybe take 5 degrees angle of attack. So bringing these down at 90 knots, it would take 5 degrees, 70 knots, 9 degrees, 50 knots, 13 degrees, and 40 knots, it would get to that 15-degree critical angle of attack. We talked about before. Critical angle of attack is the angle above which the wing will stall. So at 40 knots, any increase in that angle of attack is going to cause a stall. Heavier aircraft, since it is already closer to that AOA, 90 degrees, 90 knots, 7 degrees, 70 knots, 11 degrees angle of attack. 50 knots is where it comes to that 15-degree angle of attack. So stall speed increases. Maneuvering speed also increases. Do we got to talk about load factor there first? Yes, load factor we have to talk about first. So we have talked about it before, or we would have talked about it before if I had done that lesson. Um, um, so yes, so load factor in straight and level unaccelerated flight, lift equals weight and thrust equals drag. However, when there is an acceleration in one direction, let's say our lift is greater than our weight, that results in stress on the aircraft in the form of G's. So xG's, which is the total amount of stress. Hang on. Damn, a lot to write down. Wait, you're not writing anything down, are you? See, I have a disclaimer down here. Do you see? Hang on, where's my cursor? I have a disclaimer now. You're not allowed to be learning anything now, especially because I have my disclaimer. and especially because I said earlier I haven't practiced this one in a while, so it's good. It's going to be a lot more of a struggle. So no writing anything down. You're just listening to the grating sound of my voice. But if you have any questions, definitely ask me. Again, not so that you can learn anything, but so that I can practice being able to be understood. So yes, like there's a lot that goes on in this, and I definitely did not put enough of it into my lesson plan. So I'm definitely gonna have to redo that and add more in there. So yes, I do apologize, but I am also trying to like kind of bang through it as quickly as possible so we can get to the flying. So I apologize. Yes, so the XGs, I want to say, you know what? Hang on. I am going to find my other lesson plan to make sure I get this right. I hope this is the right one. I don't know if this is the right one. Total load. I'm sorry. That's definitely better. XGs is the total load. And so XGs is X times the weight is X times the weight of the aircraft. So 3Gs would be 3 times the weight of the aircraft. So the limit load factor would be limit. The limit of it is the limit times the weight. So our limit load for this aircraft is positive 4.4 Gs. So that would be 4.4 times the weight of the aircraft is what the aircraft can structurally handle. And so then when it comes to maneuvering speed, our maneuvering speed is VA, and it is the speed above which, let's say 100 knots, it is the speed above which the aircraft will suffer damage exceeding that limit load. And again, this part I get still a little bit weird with the wording. So again, apologies for that. Do not be learning anything from this. Also, yes. So VA is the speed below which the aircraft will stall before suffering damage. And we use VA, we stay below VA for instances of turbulence, as well as for one full deflection of one control surface in one direction. So again, what it comes back to is that stress on the aircraft, that acceleration in some direction, that inequality between those forces. So deflecting one control surface creates stress in one or creates that acceleration, that inequality in one direction. If you add multiple if you flip it around, full deflection, full deflection, full deflection, that is stressing it, stressing it, stressing it. And it is, I'm really good at explaining things. Um, um, it is exceeding that that limit load by compounding, if that makes sense. And yeah, that thing. So like if you take a piece of metal and you bend it one way and then you bend it the other way, bend it the other way, bend it the other way, kind of like that, kind of, maybe. And then and then of one control surface. So if you deflect in one direction, and then you deflect, say, with your rudder pedals in the other direction, that is adding more inequality, more stress on that aircraft. So yeah, so that's why you don't do that. And yeah, below maneuvering speed, that is the amount of stress that can be placed on that aircraft for it to only, again, stall rather than take damage. And again, so our lighter, we're going to go back to this right here. Our lighter aircraft is not as close to our critical angle of attack as our heavier aircraft. So our lighter aircraft has a lot more, or it has more lift available in order to, our lighter aircraft has more lift available. Shoot, this was like a really good, hang on. I am going to need to redo this. So let's say, yes, okay. So our, so say 4.4 is our limit load, right? So our lift, it needs to be unequal to our weight by a factor of 4.4. So our lighter aircraft has more lift available to actually get to that point. And what would happen is it basically just switches. This is a terrible way of putting it, probably. It switches the order of what would happen. So a lighter aircraft will suffer damage before getting to a stall, whereas a heavier aircraft will stall before suffering damage, if that makes sense. So if I know, I remember doing this, but I can't remember how I explained it. Well, okay, so yeah, so say our 100 knots is our maneuvering speed, right? So here. So that means that, oh my God. Yeah, kind of. So, oh, okay. So at 100 knots for a lighter aircraft, has a 3-degree angle of attack. So there needs to be that much lift, at least 12 degrees angle of attack more, to create enough lift to cause the aircraft to. Oh my God, I did. I had this perfectly down, and now I can't remember how I freaking explained it properly. It has to do with this. All right, reversing. Our lighter aircraft has a VA of 100 knots. So that means that 3 degrees, again, these are illustrative numbers. 3 degrees is 3 degrees allows for enough angle of attack left and enough lift left before the critical angle of attack that the aircraft will stop rather than take damage. The heavier aircraft will actually stall faster than the lighter aircraft. Kind of. That doesn't sound quite right, but I don't know. Oh, God. So if an aircraft is heavy, it is way easier to stall. No. So, and that's why I am completely butchering this explanation. Well, yes, actually, kind of. Okay. So, kind of, but that is a different part of what we're talking about. So, again, the heavier aircraft is closer to that critical angle of attack. So there is less lift available. So yeah. Hang on. Yes. But don't what's the word? Don't hold me to that. Don't quote me on that. I would. Okay. So hang on. So that actually gets into kind of couple things. So yes, the heavier aircraft will hang on. So on the lower speed side of it, if the aircraft will stall at a higher airspeed, so there's less airspeed on that side, on that bottom side, for that the hang on. So yeah, so it does shrink that speed up that way. On this side, I'm getting myself all confused now. I absolutely understood my explanations beforehand. And this is why you review your stuff. I might need to come back to this part. But the part of your question that I'm getting a little bit stuck on is like, again, it's closer to the critical angle of attack, so there's less space that needs to be gone through, if that makes sense, in order to get to that critical angle of attack and stall. However, the aircraft is heavier, so it's less easily displaced, and therefore with those instances, like an updraft or something, it's less easily displaced, so it's less easily. And now I'm all confused. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this at the end. But just know, again, it's a matter of the aircraft is either going to damage or stall if the limit load factor is what's the word? Approached or exceeded. And depending on how much lift is available left in the wing, it will. Right. Okay. Hang on. So the so there needs to be enough lift left in the wing before reaching the critical angle of attack. for a factor of 4.4, enough lift to counteract the weight by 4.4 times. So if the aircraft is near enough to the critical angle of attack, it would never reach that limit load factor before actually stalling, if that makes sense. So again, it either would damage and then no, that doesn't make sense. So let's just say, again, I'm terrible at this. VA, maneuvering speed, 100 knots for general lighter aircraft. 3 degrees is that angle that we're at. Again, illustrative numbers. So that means we have 12 degrees left of lift in our wing. So our heavier aircraft is already at that 5 degrees. So if we add some speed to it, then that gets us to our 3 degrees, which is again right on the edge of that stall versus damage. So below that speed is the stall, above that is damage, if that makes any sense. And that's why our maneuvering speed can be higher, because our angle of attack is lower. Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna have to work on that again. That was, when I was going through this lesson plan, that was kind of my nemesis, trying to explain that properly, clearly. So weight, yay. Balance, we're going on to. Did that make any sense at all? Or I apologize. Balance. Our balance has to do with our center of gravity. We're going to put it right here. We talked about it we would have talked about it in our 4 forces of flight lesson. And it is the center of which the aircraft's weight is balanced. And it is through all 3 of our axes, through our vertical axis, lateral axis, longitudinal axis. So if we've talked about our longitudinal, it's clear to you. Oh God. I hope so, but also, thank you for being nice about it. I do apologize. At some point I will have to go over this one again, like on here, and do it properly, because I explained it a lot better back when I did it, but it's been a while and I thought that I could get through it without re-practicing it. So apologies. So again, oh no, what? That doesn't sound good. So we're going to recap what we would have talked about in our 4 forces of flight lesson. Our longitudinal axis, if our center of gravity is more forward or more aft, it will have different performance effects. So if it is more forward, we will have a greater, it has greater stall recovery capabilities, because that in order to recover from a stall, you need to decrease the angle of attack. So being nose heavy, the aircraft will naturally want to recover with that forward center of gravity. Our cruise performance will decrease because it's more forward here, so then there's more load on the tail, which requires us, hang on, more like there, more like there. Oh my God. Which creates more load. I swear to God, hang on. I had more than this. Yeah, so there's more downward force on the stabilizer. So that creates more load at our center of lift here. And therefore creates more drag, which lowers our performance. And then our stability increases because those two loads, the center of gravity here, the downward force over here, makes it less maneuverable and therefore more stable. A couple things: if our CG is too far forward, we may be unable to flare because it's too far nose heavy. And then our aft CG is the opposite of all of these for the opposite reasons. And if we have a too far aft CG, we could be unable to recover from a stall. Can't get that nose down. Other thing to think about is our lateral balance. So if we have an empty fuel tank on our left here, so that pretend that it's supposed to be an airplane from the front. I apologize. Empty fuel tank here, full fuel tank here. We will have a downward force over here, requiring us as the pilots to put in have input, continuous input that can be rough on the airplane, as well as add to our workload as pilots. So then, to calculate our weight and balance, I forgot about all that stuff, and I was like, okay, it's just math. I can do that. But yeah, this is the part that should go a lot quicker and better. So calculating it, we have our aero, our documents required within the airplane. And for this one, we'll talk about the OW, our operating limitations, including our POH, as well as our most current weight and balance information. Yep. Most current weight and balance information. When we are calculating this, we need to talk about our moment. Hang on. Yes, so we have our weight, and then our moment is the force of weight. So our equation is our weight in pounds times our arm in inches, which equals our moment in inch pounds. So we can look at it as a scale, and we can put our weights on our scale. So we have our datum, which is just the point from which we measure all of our other, we make all of our other measurements. Look at it like a number line from this side, forward arms. So the distance from that datum is negative forward of the datum and positive after the datum. So if we put this is our datum, put a 50-pound weight on this side, 100 inches from our datum, we can use, cat hair. We can use our equation, our weight times our arm equals our moment. Wham! The force of weight. 50 times 100 equals 5,000 inch pounds for our moment. In order to balance that, we could put a 50-pound weight 100 inches on this side, or we can put a couple of other weights at different distances and balance that out. So let's say we did a 50-pound weight 50 inches from our datum, so that equals 2,500 pounds. Add to that a 100-pound weight 25 inches from our datum, 2,500 pounds, and that equals 5,000 inch pounds. 5,000 inch pounds on that side, 5,000 inch pounds on that side. We are balanced. Yay, amazing. I have plus CG here, but I don't know why. Oh my god. We'll just continue, I guess. So that's going to determine where our CG is how everything is placed and what weights there are, and that total moment of all of those will equal our CG, and that's how we determine the fore and the aft. Sure. Couple of terms to consider and think about is our, oh, you know what? That's why, because we need to turn to our POH. That's why it didn't make sense. Here we go. POH. Da 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 da. Where is it? Boom and boom and boom. So this is an internet version of that. That's not my tail number. This is one I found online that is, I believe it's the exact one of the plane that I am flying. So we go to our performance. Oops. Where are we at? Oops, there it was, I think. Nope, not yet. Here we go. Okay. So we need first our loading thing. There it is. So in our POH, we have our sample loading problem. We have here our licensed empty weight. And what that means, what we need to keep in mind for that, is it is the structure of the aircraft, the engine, any unusable fuel, and any like solid things within the aircraft. Then we have, so this is for older POHs and aircraft. Oops, sorry, hang on. Oh, that's why. Yeah, so the other thing is when we are, sorry, when we're calculating our weight and balance, this is what I was supposed to go into, is showing the problem. We have to calculate our weight to check for the weight. And then we have this other column here for our moment, which is our, the effective weight, the force of weight. And yeah, that's what I was supposed to go over. So then, in addition to our licensed empty weight, more modern calculations deal with standard and basic empty weights. So standard empty weight is the structure of the aircraft, the engine, all immovable parts, as well as full oil and unusable fuel. Our basic empty weight is our standard plus any special or optional equipment. So when we are, where is it? Where did it go? Most current weight and balance info is actually our basic empty weight. So we do not use this oil column when using that current the current weight and balance info. And then I don't know if I had, hang on, let me look. Yeah, so we have, is it this one? So what we did, so we just use the sample problem. This is going swimmingly. I'm so sorry. So we can just look at our sample problem here. So we have our licensed empty weight. It's 1045, moment of 34.6. inches. And the reason why we don't have to use our arm here is because our graph here gives us the weight, gives us the moment based on the weight. So we would use this graph in order to get these numbers. And then we get our total aircraft weight and our moment, 57.9. In order to get our CG, we divide it by the 1600. Hang on. $57.9 divided by 1600 times 1,000, because we have this here. There's a word for it, and I can't remember what it is called. And that would give us our CG. Now, there's a couple other things. Our max gross weight is the, oops, hang on. Here. So, again, basic empty weight, weight of the airplane with all standard and optional equipment, plus any unusable fuel. So it's not including the weight of usable fuel, passengers, or cargo. Maximum gross weight is the maximum weight allowable for the airplane. Our useful load is the difference between that maximum gross weight and our basic empty weight. So that is the load usable for our fuel, our passengers, as well as our cargo. Payload is the load available after the fuel is loaded. So that's basically passengers and cargo and stuff like that. Hello, what's up? Are we learning about CG? We're not. Oh my god. Well, like I am as I'm going through It's terrible. I'm sorry. You've come in on a struggle. I apologize. I did this. I didn't. I realized I did not put enough in my lesson plan to trigger my memory on what diagram I did. So it's a struggle. So don't learn anything. And I apologize. How are you? How's it going? I hope well. Better than I'm doing right now. So my instructor actually told me to make sure to bring in the useful load and the payload. I didn't bring that up. So yeah, making sure to do that. Once we figure this out, our 1600 and our 57.9er, then we go to, hang on, let me see if I can spin this. I am so stressed. I'm so sorry. I thought I was gonna be able to I thought I was gonna be able to I did not realize how little I had put into this, because at the time I had it down, but again, it's been a while, and all of my carefully curated explanations have just gone out the window. It is weight times arm equals moment, and I always remember it as wham, because it's the force of weight. Yeah. And then the moment is in inch pounds. So yeah, hang on. So we have our weight times our arm equals our moment. So it's inch pounds, and it's our weight times arm is pounds times inches. So if you want to find one of these, then you have to divide out the inches or the pounds to find the other. That makes sense. No need to be sorry. I do have to be sorry, because I meant for these to be basically just me practicing my script, and I apparently I did not have my lines down for this one, so apologies. Love the new disclaimer. I hope it is sufficient. I hope it is sufficient. Because oh my god. Yeah. So yeah, like I have all this stuff like in order, and I remember doing it, but I just I'm having trouble remembering how I got from place to place. So we're working through it. We're almost done. So yes. So once we found our loading problem. So 1,600 pounds for our weight, 57.9 for our moment. We come to our little graph here. It's about 57. Make sure you check your whatever these are called, axes, your titles for your axes, as well as your, what is it called? The thing where how much it goes per line. I can't remember what it is. So this is 55. So this right here in the middle should be 57.5. So it'll be like right here-ish. And 1,600. So we are right on the edge of this envelope. So you can see that 1,600 is our weight limit for this aircraft, because anywhere above that is out of limit. And then depending on where your CG is underneath that weight, it will depend. That will determine where you are, if you're in the envelope or outside of it. So this aircraft does not have. It is both normal and utility category. So some aircraft have another little area here in which you can do. You would be in the utility category. But this one does not, so we'll move on from it. We also have another method of finding out our things, the table method, which, where is it? I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky and find the freaking CG, even though I've forgotten how to do all this stuff. Not this one. Sorry, hang on. Hello, how is it going? And we will be able to fly in a little bit. Once, gosh darn it, where did it go? Yes, this, not this. Oh, so like, yeah, so here's our utility category. So then this category has a lower weight limit, if that came out correctly, and a much smaller envelope. So be aware of that. So our table method is, we can use this. I think I used this problem for, or I didn't. Sorry, hang on. I'm just trying to figure this out for a second. Oh, no, yes, I did. Perfect. Yes. So we're going to use this one. We got our basic empty weight from wherever it is. Hang on. Empty weight. So our empty weight is right here, basic empty weight. So 2015. And our oil is included in our basic empty weight, so we don't include that. Or we don't add that in on its own. You didn't know the song went like that? Oh, yes. It's the remix. So yes, empty weight 2015. And then our moment is 1554. So that is given to us in our current weight and balance data. Then we do fuel main tanks is 264. So usable fuel. We have 44 gallons. Multiply that by 6. We get 264. And then we get 198 for our moment. Front seat passengers. They gave us that 130 and 170 equals 110 and 144, and just add that together. Or, like we were talking about, the weight times this arm. So we could just do 300 times that arm would equal our moment. Just make sure you then divide it by 100. Since all of them are divided by 100, you got to make sure that's uniform. Then you do your rear seat passengers, baggage, get your total of $27.99, and then find it over here and make sure it's in the middle of these two. Minimum moment, maximum moment, and it is. So we're good. Then we got to talk about our adjustments that we can make, and that's the final thing we have to do. So, oops, wrong thing. Hang on. So, if we are overweight, if we are overweight with our aircraft, we have to take something away. We have to lessen the weight, whether that be not taking as many passengers, not taking as much cargo, or we can decrease the amount of fuel that we take with. If we do that, however, we need to make sure that we account for that in our flight planning. So if we calculated the distance that we could get to with that amount of fuel that we had, and then we decrease that fuel, we need to recalculate how far we can actually go or when we need to make a fuel stop. Analyzes the plane shape. I know, isn't it? Is it, like, I mean, it's the best I can do. Can you tell what this is? Can you tell what this is? Oh, where's my? Hang on. Where's my cursor? Can you tell what this is right here? Don't read the labels. Just guess what it is there. Can we cut the passengers in half? As long as we leave one of the halves out, because otherwise if we just cut them in half, that won't actually decrease our weight at all. But I like your thinking. So yes, so that's what we have to do if we are overweight with our aircraft. If we are too far forward or aft with our CG, then we can either take stuff out. We can even put stuff in if we have enough weight. So put it on the scale somewhere to balance it out. Yeah, so add something along the scale to balance out whatever way that it is out of balance. Or we can just shift stuff that is already on board. I guess, so I did have this thing that I didn't end up talking about with this thing here. So our front arm would be like about here. Our fuel arm would be like about here. And that's how the arms work. So when we are doing our shift, so we're taking this problem again, we have our total of $27.99, our moment of 22.78 divided by 100. So you have to multiply it by 100 to actually get the proper moment. We can take our baggage and move that to the rear seat. So in order to do that, we subtract it from the baggage area and subtract its moment. Hello, how is it going? How's it going? Apologies in advance. We're getting to the end of a very struggly ground lesson, and then we'll get in the plane. Well, if we cut them in half outside of the plane, right, we could take both halves because they are lighter. Blood loss is a thing, and we have a lot of it. Oh, okay, that sounds good. All right, I can... So do you think... So oil is... What is it? Is it 15? What's the thing? $10 quarts is 19 pounds. So that's like about not quite 2 pounds per quart. And then fuel is 6 pounds per gallon. So how much do you think either would we do a pint of blood? We'd have to do a pint of blood. How much weight would that be, do you think? Adds to cleaning costs for the plane. That's fair as well. That is something to think about. So yes, we would have to wrap them in something then, which may or may not add to the weight too much. Only thing you should apologize for is that drawing of a plane. I know. When I first started doing the whiteboard things, I texted my instructor and was like, I've hit a snag with this plan. I can't draw. But no, look, this is even worse. Like, it looks like a sad puppy dog. That is supposed to be the front of a plane. That is a propeller, and these are wings with fuel in them. I know. Now you're sounding like a serial killer, but it is something to think about. Weight and balance is a very important thing. Passengers be damned. The plane has a camel hump. What part? What do you mean camel hump? This is our windshield, and that is our back windshield, and this is a wing, but just from the side. This is definitely an unfortunate tale, but you know what? You can tell. So they didn't care. They didn't care about that back during the war. Fair enough. OMG, that's the front. I know. That's why I put the propeller on there. But it's a really bad propeller. Looks like a Cessna. It is a Cessna. Because that's what we're doing our weight and balance with. You know what? I didn't quite think this through because you can't quite see. Hang on. Actually, hang on. This will work better. Boom. Yes. Okay. So our baggage, can you see that? So our baggage here, can you see that? Is 30. And in that compartment, it is a moment of 42. So we have to subtract the weight as well as our moment from the total of what we had, add it to our rear seat along with its, multiply that by its arm in order to get that moment. That's positive 36.3. Make that calculation. 27.99 minus 30 plus 30 is the same. 22.78 minus 42 plus 36.3 is 22.72.3, which makes it, shoot, hang on, I can't see properly. 22.72.3. Oops, 22.72.3. It is still within our thing, which, oh, shoot, can you not, shoot, I didn't do the thing there. So, and then again, divide our thing, 2272.3 divided by 2799 equals our center of gravity, 81.2. I think I did that correctly. Let me just make sure so that I'm not saying. Who gave me all of these numbers? It is from the FAQ. So this this thing on the this thing over here. Can you see my cursor? Yes. So this thing over here, it is the example from the FAQ. So we have this sample problem over here that you can't quite see all of, and then all of the table numbers. So yes, it is from the FAQ. So 2272.3 divided by 2799 equals 81.2. And then you multiply that by 100 because of this thing here. So 81.2 is our CG. And so we can put that there. Our CG for our initial one was 81.4, 2258.78 divided by 2799 is 81.4. So we shifted forward 0.2 inches. All right. Okay. Yes. So, I mean, I can throw the link in there if you would like. Here. It is the weight and balance section. Very helpful. For our landing, we do have to be aware of how our fuel burn affects our weight and balance by the time we come in for landing. So let's say we have a fuel burn of 10 gallons per hour and we fly for 2 hours. That means we lose 20 gallons by the end of that 2 hours. So 20 gallons times 6 is 120. And the fuel burn we're subtracting, so it's negative. Our moment then is on our table here. Hang on, where is it? Fuel. Oh shoot, you can't. You can't see it. Shoot. Thank you. You're welcome. It is. The FAQ is incredibly helpful. There-ish we go, kind of. So yes, so we have 120 gallons, so multiply that by, sorry, hang on. 20 gallons times 6 is 120 pounds, so our moment is 90. So we subtract our pounds, negative 120, subtract our moment is negative 90. So our landing weight will be 2679. Our moment will be 2188. Make sure that that is in the right area of our thing as well. Hang on. We're almost done, I promise. So 2679 is over here. Sorry. 2679 about 2680. Is that in between these two? It should be. 2123 and 2287. 21, 22, 2187. 2287. Yes, it is in between there. So we are good for our landing. Does this info work for airliners or only crop dusters? So airliners are way more involved, way more involved. And have a lot more things to consider. There are a lot of standard weights for baggage and passengers. So, but also, yes. Hello, how's it going, by the way? Works for everything, basic physics. Right. But it does. There's a lot more that is considered and a lot more stations that need to be considered. Because again, we have our front seats, we have our back seats, we have our cargo, and that's kind of it. For airliners, there are a lot more seats that that have to be taken care of. And when you say and Mac, I'm trying to remember what is Mac again. I don't know airliners, so I'm actually not the person to ask, but yes. Should look at maintenance charts. Like what kind of maintenance charts? It's for swept wing. Oh goodness. Oh, interesting. So does that so that adjusts the weight and balance as well then? Or like I didn't even think about that. Yes, we're not going that deeply into it because I yes. That's way above. The CG changes in flight. Yes, it absolutely does. So we were hello, by the way, how's it going? So we did just hang on. Go over. I'm going to go like that so you can see it. So we did do our landing calculation for when our fuel and that is the final part that I did not get to yet. So we lost weight in flight because of our fuel burn, and then because 2188 divided by 2679 multiplied by 100 equals 81.7. So it started at 81.4 and it actually moved backward 0.3 inches. So if if the CG decreases, that's a forward shift. If it increases, that is a backwards shift. And if you need it to be more forward, move stuff more forward. If you need to be more backward, move stuff backward. Yeah. I'm really upset that I did not put more into this lesson plan. I'm so sorry. That's all I got. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them, but it's probably not going to go any better than yeah. For finding center of lift with CG. Yeah, that sounds, that's even more complicated. And I've already made this way more complicated than it needed to be. which again, I apologize. They don't teach you this in school. They do in plane school, but they probably teach it better. I will get better at this. This was definitely, I should have gone over it again, but I did not. I thought I could struggle my way through it, and we like did, but also questionably. So, anyway, did I go to plane school? I did not go to plane school. So, like, again, I will. As I'm getting all of this stuff put together, I will once again explain myself. It is not an excuse, but I feel like it needs an explanation for that disaster. I actually do know stuff, and I put the work into this stuff, but I did not. It's been a while since I worked on that one, and I did not put enough memory stuff into the lesson plan to have a proper script down that I worked so hard on. And then I didn't review it before doing, which is not a good idea at all, clearly. So yeah, so you got that. How did I learn all this stuff? So I I did the ground school. A lot of it I just did by myself, and then I got supplemental. What's the word? Oversight from my instructor. So I don't know how much you know about like flight training or anything. There's different ways that you can get into it. Part 141 is an actual school type situation, whereas I did part 61 where it's more independent and does not require actual like classroom sort of situation. So yes, I like learning on my own, and I like doing book stuff, so that is the route that I went. And yeah, so there's materials that you can use. There's the PHAK or the FAC, Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. We did not choose where we are going. Where are we going? Among other things, a lot of different cool and good resources. But yeah, a lot of reading and a lot of instructor supervision, correction, what's the other word? Enhancement of that. So yeah. And yes, you go more like NASA school. But that's the thing, is it's not, and it shouldn't be, and that's why I'm really upset about it, because I did get it down properly, and then I've forgotten the script of it, and I just made it a lot more complicated than it needed to be. Because it's not. Once it's actually like properly explained, it does make a lot of sense. And yeah. Boeing should are you talking to me? Oh no, not yet. I'm getting there. I'm working on it. What are you looking at? This is a map. This is our sectional chart. I'll scroll out so it looks a little bit more familiar, probably, maybe. So we're in the United States. We are looking in the United States. And this is what we use. This is the type of chart that we use when we are flying. So we have different airspace. We have different elevations. So this yellow is the higher elevation. Green is the lower elevation. Are these areas, these magenta bits here, airport, here, airport, here, airport, here, airport. And then these and these are different types of airspace. We have obstacles. Yeah. Oh, yes. So sectionals are fun. They look really complicated at first, but once you get into like the 3-dimensional mindset where like this stuff is vertical as well as the horizontal, it actually kind of mentally detangles it. SkyVector, on stop home for making a plan for your hand-drawn plane. Yes, with a humpback. Or a camel hump. Is that what it was? What does the black color mean? Which black color? If a tower closes, does it become Class Echo or Golf? It depends on what it says in the chart supplement. That's correct. Yes. Which black color? Sorry. Because there's a variety. So we got some black markings here. That's a road. We have our latitude and longitude. We have some electrical wires. I can't remember what they're called right now. God, I'm terrible. Yeah. Once you learn them, they're fun. Right. Don't think you will ever give up your paper ones. Yes, I do. I still have mine. I just don't want to keep paying for new ones. But it is fun to flick them out every once. Flick the sectional charts out every once in a while. Do not take that out of context. The little nuke sites. Oh gosh, where? Oh, hang on. What's this? Distraction. For reasons of national security. Oh, so like we have a little plant here, if that's what you mean. Here's a little boop, little square. There's a plant. Oh, we have a little railroad there. Power lines, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Power. What did I call them? Electrical. Did I say electrical lines? Oh gosh. Yeah, there is. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff on here. So we want to find somewhere, again, not too high in elevation, and we need it to be VFR. So we were over, like, I think here-ish before. We could go somewhere like here-ish, maybe. Wind Coop. That sounds fun. Let's do Wind Coop. Mount Vernon. All right. Plan. For India 3. Let's see if that works. Yes, it works. Itsy bitsy. Teeny weeny. Oh gosh, what is Sater airspace? Give me a hint. Because I'm trying to think. Special airspace. Hang on. Let me find my lesson plan. Or if you want, go ahead and give me a hint. And this is what ticks me off, is because, like, going through and doing the lesson plans, it's like, as you're doing it, hang on. Wait, is that the, hang on. Special air traffic rules. Is that the, hang on. No, that's something else. Am I thinking of this incorrectly? Where is it? What is this called? I can't remember. Is this, nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Hang on. Is it this one? Yeah, it's probably this one. Is it this one? Oh no, that's the Sifra. Hang on. To be honest, I don't have that off the top of my head. I assume if it's just special air traffic rules, I guess it depends on the airspace. You'll have to enlighten me on that one. For flying to Area 51, I haven't actually looked at that one over there. I'm not even sure I'd be able to find it. But as you are enlightening me, we will get into the plane. That looks not appropriate. Okay. Doing the thing. Oh, and look at that. Hang on, you can't see it. Where is it? Why? Why is our aircraft going? I'm concerned. Hang on. What is happening? Look, it did weight and balance, but I'm pretty sure we shut down last time. What? So confused. Hang on. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Okay. Why is all of our stuff on? I'm so freaking confused. Okay, yay, looking at our pretty why is it so creepily dark? Because it is nighttime. We're gonna quick look at the stars. Look how pretty everything is. And then we're gonna turn the creepy darkness off. Also, it is Spooptober. That is why. Ooh, that was pretty. We're doing that. Perfect. Submarine! Potentially. Areas of unique airspace rules, such as the Grand Canyon, NYC, Hudson River, Washington, D.C. So, okay, so Washington, D.C. was one, so I was kind of on the right track, and so on. Okay. I am going to write that down, though, so that I can look into it. Yes! That's spooky! Unfortunately, we do need to be able to see. So, yes, so we must not have it spooky dark. Okay, so we are going to do the thing. Boop, boop, boop. I am going to quick put that on again. So all of this should have been off. But now these, oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Okay. So freaking weird. Everything is like all the way up. Don't take that out of context. There. Okay. Whew. You had to rehearse all of them for your commercial rating? Why? But why? That is my only question. I mean, it's not my only question, but that's my first question, I should say. Okay, so we are going to pre-flight our aircraft. So what we are going to do, and again, disclaimer down below. This is not instruction. This is me practicing to eventually be an instructor. Do I fly in multiplayer? I do. We are at 4 India 3 US East, not EAT. Oh no. Hang on. Oh no. I am not getting. Oh shoot. Oh gosh. Hang on. I'm having Something is wrong with my chat. Hang on. Give me just 1 second. Yes, I will pin that. No crash. I'm just having an issue. My YouTube chat is not coming through, and now I feel incredibly horrible about it. And no, you didn't do it. Hello, how's it going? Not you either. It is something on my end. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure what to do with. No. Here, I'm gonna go like that so you get a pretty thing, and then I'll check this here. Am I using VATSIM? I am not using VATSIM because we are going to be, what's the word? Yeah, we're just going to be maneuvering and stuff, and I'm going to be practicing my script. So, yeah, no. Your DP will love to make a list and have you fill in the list, of each item or acronym, and that had to be one of them? Good lord. Okay. To each their own, I guess. I am not sure what to do. I almost want to like restart this one. I don't know how to fix it. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I have a way. Hang on. Like that for a second. Go like that for a second. There and there. Okay. Hip. All right. That is going to have to do. Gosh darn it. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know what's happening with that. Can I just completely get out of that? Perfect. Test again. There. Okay. Sorry. For India 3 East server. Yes, should be. And you see me. Perfect. So I do. I apologize. I stream both on YouTube and on Twitch. And the YouTube chat is not coming through for some reason, and I feel horrible about it. So okay, there we go. I can now see it. Oops, shoot. Guess I can't. Hang on. Isn't that like against the Twitch gods? Oh no, I could be an affiliate, but I am not. Kind of because of that, but also because I just don't like ads and stuff. Can I go like that and then go like, nope, shoot, hang on. This isn't gonna work now that hang on. So yeah, I did not accept the affiliate thing, and so I do what I please. I go like this. Hang on. Oh, that's what I can do. I'll go like this, and I'll go like this, and then I'll go like that. Then I'll go like that. Sorry, thank you for bearing with me for a second. Hello YouTube. I'm sorry that the chat's not coming through properly. I will but yes, I can see it now. I apologize for earlier. There. Yes. Haha. Oh. Wait. Got it. I pinned something now? I don't know. I'm so sorry. So I will add this to the list of things that I need to make sure that I test before I go live. There. Okay. Hopefully that is going to that will do it for us. Kind of. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. I apologize for all the things. We're going to continue and get started. Amazing. So, pre-flight. First, we're going to take a picture of our hobs and our tack. Last lesson, I completely forgot to do so. Thankfully, the other person had written in the book properly. So take a picture of the hobs and the tack, because that is what we use, all the hobs. That is what we use in order to pay our bills. So then battery goes on, pitot heat goes on, nav lights, we don't have strobes, beacon, taxi, landing, and our flaps go down. Go outside the plane, check it, check it, check it, check it, check it. Check our fuel. Looks good, but we'll probably add more before we take off. Yes. Grasp the pitot tube, feel that heat, turn it off. I swear the last flight that we did, I did turn off all of the things and put it away properly. So I don't know what happened. All right, then what we do is we check our static port on the side here. So I like to start kind of from the front on the side, work my way back, and then come up from the other side, and then end here. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to check our static port, make sure that it's clear. Vents, make sure that they're clear. Pitot tube, drain hole, stall horn, Drain a little bit of fuel from this wing. Make sure you tip it so that you can actually see if there's anything in it. There was another tiny little bubble of water in the fuel today. Why don't my headsets have textures? I do not know. And like on one hand, I would go and look and figure out how to fix them, but also, meh. They're kind of cool looking, especially at night. I kind of don't want to. We'll turn the night on again at some point, but like right now, it's like perfect, beautiful morning. The headset is all glowy. Yes, it is. It is amazing. Yes. So checking our static port vents, make sure they're clear. Pitot tube, drain hole, did all those. Sorry, fuel. So draining a little bit of fuel from there. Make sure that it is a nice blue, light blue color. Why? Okay. Light blue color. Make sure it smells nice and good. To check the color, you can put it against something white and check for any debris or water. It'll look like a little bubble at the bottom of the tube or the cup. And then we check our all of the screws, nuts and screws, wiggle the rod a little bit, check our aileron, all those screws, wiggle the rod a little bit. Antennas, check our tire, elevator, check all those connections, rudder, check those connections. Our trim tab is here, check those connections. And then student, chicken is our student, our guinea hen. You can check this side. Checks this side. You did a marvelous job, chicken. Wonderful. Then we open this up right here and we check our oil, make sure that it's between 4.5 and 5-ish. Drain a little bit of fuel from there, drain a little bit of fuel from down there. Wiggle our exhaust port, make sure it's not wiggly. Check our leading edge of the propeller, see if there's any nicks or cracks. If we have an alternator belt, what on earth is happening? Oh, sorry. I was leaning on my rudder pedal. If we have an alternator belt, check that tension, make sure it's good. You're going to pull up in a 7.9er X. I am looking, X-ray, sorry. I am looking forward to it. I hope I will be able to see it. Oh no, you forgot it was Tuesday. That is okay. You're here now. You were busy making a magical compass autopilot for the witch. But okay, so I was going to ask, will I be able to fly that? for a spooky stream? Would that be okay? And completely forgot the rest of the world. So what does that mean? How does that work? I'm so curious. Hello, by the way. How is it going? Because would that be wonderful? Of course. Okay, sounds good. That will probably... Is Halloween on a Tuesday? Oh, I think it is, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Oh, it is on a Tuesday. That was one of the things that I kind of wanted to do. So I'm glad that I finally remembered to ask you because you reminded me. So, I want to ask questions, but I don't want to pry. But if you would like to explain more, I would be curious. Thank you for the follow, Zach8130. Thank you for putting up with me. I'm sorry for all of the disasters so far. It's gonna get better. It can only get better from here. Do I have the premium deluxe version? I do not. At some point, I do need to contact MSFS and see if I can like upgrade without having to pay for the whole thing. But yes, yeah. Is that the plane that you have? Is that in that? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so air intake, make sure that's nice and clear. Enough clearance on the nose wheel. And yeah, and then we're good there. It's the most easy to use autopilot ever. Turn the dial until it points in the direction you want to go and press the button. Amazing. I love it. That sounds great. I am looking forward to it. So, how is it coming? Is it finished? Is it almost finished? I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Okay, so we're gonna push back. Shift P. Yes. Actually, can you go outside? Oh, there. We're here. Sorry. This is oops. Legit pushback. I should remember to Shift P again. You uploaded the update already? Okay, sounds good. Hang on. I'm gonna write it down. Make sure I don't forget. Where did I put? There it is. Oops. Not watch. Which? I'm so excited. Okay. You can DM it. Sounds good. Thank you. All right. Yay. I'm so excited. I did. I had such a fun time flying her when I was able to that one time. And I did. Did I tell you I kind of oversped her? I climbed all the way up to 10,000 feet and then I started spiraling down. And she didn't like that very much. Oh, it was good. Okay. Oh, we'll fuel up as well. Just to have that. Hello! I think that is probably you. However, you do not look like what I assume you're supposed to look like. Shoop and zoop. Oh, also, I keep forgetting whenever I do the check oil thing. It is you! Dang it. So close. Is that what you're supposed to look like? Okay, so fuels on both, trim for takeoff, circuit breakers, but we also look to see. Okay. Seatbelts on at all times. Exits out the doors to the left and right for now. Make sure they're shut and locked. No talking during takeoff and landing. And yeah. Carb heat goes off. Autopilot's irrelevant. Avionics are off. Carb heat is off. Beacon goes on. Mixture full rich. So hang on. We're gonna prime it a couple times. Mixture goes full rich. Throttle goes slight. Brakes are on. Clear left. Clear right. Clear ahead. Clear back. Clear prop. Oops. Oops. Whee! If I don't have the premium deluxe version, I won't be able to see you. Darn it. You're way bigger than that. Oh, wait, where'd you go? Did you taxi out already? Oops. Think a steerman would keep up? We are a 152, so I would assume anything could keep up. You're changing planes. Okay, sounds good. Yes. Oh, no. Yes. Steerman would be absolutely good. We're going to be wandering around a little bit and maneuvering. So I had another lesson recently. I did operation of systems, and that went pretty well actually, thank goodness, because the flight was frustrating. So we practiced last week actually so again, I was supposed to have this flight lesson last week, but it didn't happen. The weather didn't work out. Or no, it wasn't actually the weather, although the weather was kind of questionable too. Gosh darn it, hang on. The plane was not through with its 100-hour, so we weren't able to do our slow flight, steep turns, and stalls lesson. And I had prepared a nice sheet of things, and we practiced it for all the things to keep in mind and keep me on track and stuff like that. 12 100 should be the elevation. You don't want to blow past too fast? Okay, thank you for considering us. You will be too. Okay. Is this my hometown airport? Oh no, I do not show my hometown airport or reveal my hometown airport. So maybe this is my hometown airport and I'm just saying it's not. No, we just picked a random one. And yeah. We're just going to have a good time. Hang on. Oops. Put it into my thingy here. For India 3. Knox County. Oh, and then we can put this there. There I am. Airport diagram. Oops, wait, first airport. 10. Oops, Knox County is 1192. Dang. Wynkoop is 2.5 miles away, and it is. Oh, I guess not that much. Sorry. 1292. That checks. Amazing. You were going to do the last solo cross country, but winds were forecasted to be too strong when you were going to return. Dang it. Yes. So, okay. What did they end up being then? Because if they didn't end up being as strong as they said they were going to, at least in my experience, that's one of those, oh gosh, darn it, I wish I would have gone sort of things. But it's like, you didn't know that at the time that's what it was, that it wasn't going to be as bad. Just as easily, it could be worse than you're thinking it's going to be. So, you know what I mean? So it is like having that moment of, I didn't go because of the forecast, but then it turned out to be a better forecast than was forecast, or better weather than was forecast. It's like, darn, should have gone. But yeah, again, could have gone the other way. So keep that in mind. Hometown airport is Tongkontan, if I know of that place. Let me see if I know of that place. I do not know of that place. Is that, hang on, Honduras? Very cool. So do you fly? Or is that correct? Or no? And it wasn't 18 knots, that's for sure. So it does. It is easy to look back on that and be like, well, hindsight is 2020, but it is. Made the good choice. Is that what it is? I'm sorry, I'm not going to get it right. Tegucigalpa. You're ranked second most dangerous airport in the world at one point. So why? Can I ask? Like airplane safety and stuff like that? Like not having proper maintenance, or said it perfectly? Okay, cool. What are we doing? So we did all the things. We checked our rudder pedals. Why? No, why are you fall? Oh god, it was waiting for me. I feel so bad. You have a short runway and hills all around it. Oh no. Okay. So that's why. Interesting. Has anything changed then, or have things been what's the word? Have things gotten better just because of like practice and stuff? A fun approach, yes. I have to go and see it for myself. Maybe okay. Well, we'll see if we can blast through this, and then at the end we'll see if we can run out that way. Let us check. We had our what's it called? We checked our weather, and then I did not look at the thing. I was simply looking at the thing. It was there. It was so. Ouch. Oh, hello. How's it going? All right, so 18 miles away, it is calm. So excellent. Oh, which one is that? Okay, is that the Kodiak? Oh, hello. I love the little belly on the Kodiak. I got to fly in a Kodiak once. It was cool. What is that? Hang on. 4 India 3. There. Okay. Winds are calm. Although I guess we'll check the windsock. Windsock is slightly pointing that-ish way, so we will go down that-ish way. You have a new international airport, so that's cool. Okay, very cool. Yeah. Help, oh no, how's everyone doing today? It's been a struggle oh gosh, technical difficulties, me being unable to do things. Oh wait, are you taking off down that way? Okay, I'll take off down that way too then. But yes, ground lesson was questionable, or ground practice lesson was questionable, and then technical difficulties. So yes. Still waiting on a Yak 52. Oh no. It's the 208. Oh, okay. Dang it. Yes, I do have my disclaimer now. So follow the disclaimer. Listen to the disclaimer. We're gonna quick do our run up here. What am I doing? So we fuels on both, trim for takeoff, fuels on both, trim for takeoff, flight controls. So we need our yoke in, up mine, up yours, makes a square, up ours. And then our instruments, make sure those are all good. Primers in and locked. Mixture's best in power, bring it in a little bit. 1700. Carb heat goes out. Watch that drop. Back. Right magneto. Watch that drop. Back. Left magneto. Watch that drop. Back. Make sure they're similar. Vacuum. Or amps and volts. Vacuum. Oil pressure. Temperature. Whoosh. Good. Disclaimer, real pilot who knows what she's talking about and brings absolute comedy to the channel. No! Okay, honestly, like, it was. This, we did our weight and balance practice ground lesson, and I hadn't done it in a while. My lesson plan was sparser than it should have been. Far sparser than it should have been. And it was a disaster. I feel so awful about it. So I will have to come back to that one and practice that one much more properly another time. Because I actually really enjoyed the weight and balance stuff, because all the math and everything. But yeah. It did. It was yeesh. Well, the other reason I wanted to do that one because it was next on the list. Hang on. Okay. It was next on the list. Or yes, it was next on the list for in the PTS of what I had already done. And I am doing my next making the lesson plan of performance limitations. So I figured that that would be a good quick review for before I do that create that lesson plan. And it just was. Everyone hesitate, right? But like again, like I said before, I wanted to do this basically practicing the script that I already had, but it did. It was less a script and more me learning my lines. And I feel like that wasn't a good what's the word? Uh use of time, my time and your time, and I don't know. So, but we got through it and something to remember for the future. So, all right. We're going to take off. We're taking off 2-8, it appears, and we will taking off 2-8, and we will do a left hand downwind departure to the east. Yeah. Where are we? Knox County traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 departing 2-8 left downwind departure to the east. Knox County. But Toncontin was dangerous because hello. This is why we check before taking the runway. But Toncontin was dangerous because 737s and A320s flew there. So you're talking about because of the short runway in the hills and them having to get in there like that? Jeez. That does seem a little bit So now they all kind of go to the international airport then? Is that how things helped? Hello, Miss Soon to be instructor. Okay, I guess less than soon. Yes, okay, excellent. All right, I understand it now. Well, that's good that they did, that they like figured that out and like did something about it, and it's been working out properly. So yes, it is less soon. It is less soon than it should be, but yes, I don't know. But yes, hi, how is it going? I talked to my instructor today, and I was just like, I don't know. Entered runway 28, 5,400 feet remaining. Thank you, Preflight. Oh shoot, and I forgot. 1 second. I will get back to all the things. Let me do all of the things. So, it's gonna take us. It should take us less than 1,000 feet to get off the ground. So, if we are not off the ground by 1,000 feet, we are going to stop on the runway, or stop. Yes, stop on the runway, taxi off, troubleshoot, figure out what's going on, and or just abort the trip entirely. If we lose power, sorry, I'm just sitting here on the runway now. I hope nobody's behind me. If we lose power after takeoff and there's still a runway left, we'll stop right on the runway. If there is not runway left and we're below 1,000 feet, we will land straight ahead within 30 degrees either side. If we lose power after takeoff and it is above 1,000 feet, we will consider a turn back to the runway. Otherwise, we'll land straight ahead again. Our rotate is 65. We'll climb out at 75 up to 2,000 feet. Sorry, hang on. We'll climb out up to 2,000 feet, nose just below the horizon, as long as that is above 75 miles per hour. And yeah, wind is calm, so send it. Oh no! 717 Papa Sierra is behind you. I'm going. Oh, well, that's probably worse. Oh, I mean, are you... Oops, that was a terrible idea. Are you flying or are you on the ground still? I have absolutely no control over this aircraft. I do. I don't know what it is. I'm just really terrible in the sim. I promise I fly better in real life. As per usual. Sorry. Okay. As we're taking off, I need to go back up a little bit. And you always enjoy my streams. Thank you. I do. I hope so. So when I do, when something like that happens and it seems like it's way more of a struggle than it should be, I feel bad. I do. I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate you putting up with me. Destination AWAS is 126.05. Thank you, Preflight. We were at 1200, so we can check our things. Green, fuels on both. Trim for takeoff. Or sorry, not trim for takeoff, but flaps and all the good things. Turning. We are turning. Finally took my advice. What? Oh, the disclaimer? Yes, I did. Right before the stream, I was like, oh, shoot, I got to do that. So I did. And I hope it is sufficient. Knox County traffic, Cessna, Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, left downwind 28, departing to the east. Okay, Toncontin was an international before, but they made it, is now a regional. Okay. Interesting. Sounds good. And that makes sense. Oh, he let you upstairs to bed. Oh, no. What is this boat I speak of? On a 152. Oh, God. What did I say? Fuel's on. Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry. That's my 172 thing. Fuel is on. There we go. Fuel is just generally on. Oh, gosh. I did. I completely forgot about that. All right. So, again, I had a lesson of slow flight, steep turns and stalls, and it didn't go as well as I would have liked, especially because I had all of the stuff written down, right? My steep turns were freaking atrocious. Like I could not for some reason get them down properly. And it was incredibly frustrating. And then the other thing is I'm going to have to go back and look at the last stream that we did because I thought that the script at least kind of went a little bit smoothly as compared to whatever was coming out of my mouth during the lesson. And what my instructor said was like, he knows I have all of the knowledge in there and like I have all of it like kind of down, but having to do it plus fly the plane plus when the plane starts doing stuff that throws me off of my script, like all that stuff needs to all get pieced together, as well as flying from the right seat is a freaking I'm still not used to it. So have to get more experience and practice, and we're gonna work on it. So that's what we're doing. He is the boss in this house and knows it. Yes, that is fair. Pets rule the roost, whether or not they actually do roost like chicken. All right, so 1200, we're going to go up to at least yeah. We'll go up to 4500. And then we will work on our stuff. So, slow flight. As we're going this way, let me check where we're at. Apparently we're going southeast at the moment. So yeah, so that's what we're doing. Sorry, we're gonna practice that stuff, again to kind of get some of the stuff, yeah, so that I can remember better what we went over last lesson. So 4500. Bring our power back a little bit. And it is the 150 that I fly. Its red line is at like 2750. So our cruise is at 2500. So it kind of just completely throws off all of my numbers, unfortunately. But that is why each aircraft is different. However, I'm going to practice what I'm going to be flying in real life. When he barks, he roos, so he rules the roost. Amazing. I appreciate that very much. Okay. So, as we are, yeah, first we're going to get into slow flight. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. So, we're supposed to be at 4,500. But of course, I have absolutely no control over this aircraft. Bring that down a little bit. As we're getting to our proper altitude, we will do our clearing turn. What we're going to do is we are going to turn 90 degrees to the left from our cardinal heading, 90 degrees to the right, and we're going to be scanning the horizon for any traffic or other obstacles. We're actually going to do a 180 degree clearing turn because I kind of want to go back the other way and then probably that way. So we're going to do a clearing turn to the right. Scanning, scanning, scanning. And we're scanning the middle of a 10-degree block on the horizon or around the horizon. And letting our eyes focus for 1 or 2 seconds in the middle of that block in order to actually see if there is anything that we need to be avoiding. He's going to be a very mad man Thursday. Why? Why is he going to be mad? Oop, that's blinding. So we were going east. We'll turn all the way back around to west. Oh, hello. We have found a traffic. I have my stuff on, right? Oops. Oh, gosh. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hello. Whee. Where are my tags on? Oops. Hello. Hello. Beautiful. Shots, shots, and more shots. Oh no. Well, I hope, for good reason though. Oh gosh. Well, we're just gonna stay at 5. I'm not sure how to take that name. Uh, so I liked that there were fewer clouds this way, so we're gonna turn back this way. So slow flight. Hope you're not getting too close. Oh no. I try to practice my own stuff realistically, but I don't mind what you guys do all around. So no worries on that point. Okay. So slow flight is a staple for a lot of our maneuvers. A lot of these maneuvers coming up, kind of. So what we do, why we practice slow flight, is to have an awareness and a feel of how the aircraft moves and how you need to maneuver it when you're at those low speeds, particularly in the takeoff and landing phases of flight. Especially when you're near the ground, you want to have that precise control. So in order to configure for slow flight, we'll get on our nice cardinal heading, which is, hang on, there we go. Slightly doesn't have nice roads running east and west and north and south that I can watch. So we'll just We'll just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. 500 feet above, that's right. Yes, 500 feet of separation. All right. So, configuring for slow flight. My instructor and I had it's not a disagreement, but I was trying to figure out, so I had 1700 in my head for what I'm supposed to go down to. So I went down to 1700 in the plane, hold that yoke back to hold our altitude, brought carb heat out, and then it just dropped my RPM, and I was so concerned. And then I brought it back up to what was it? Yeah, I brought it back up to like the 1700, and he's like, "Oh, so usually I bring it down to 1900 because that's for the takeoff or that's for the landing thing. Hello, that's for the landing portion. That's what we do is we go down to 1900. Then once you bring the carb heat out, that brings it down to 1700. Oh, because I also asked as well, why are we bringing it to 1700 rather than just the 1900, which we do for a landing? And so that's why is we bring it down to 1900 and then carb heat brings it down to our 1700. Yeah. that was good to understand. Look at the heading if I'm turning. Right. But I like having those visual references to treat. So we're holding our altitude, or we're supposed to be holding our altitude. Bringing our flaps in 1 degree below 100, or sorry, 10 degrees below 100, 1 notch below 100, 2 notches below, and we do at 65 miles per hour, so we'll go with 60 knots. And then once we're at our 60 knots, we hold that speed with our pitch and we power in order to maintain or get our altitude back. So holding that 60 miles per hour with our yoke, if we want to climb back up to our altitude, we can push that power in as much as necessary. If we need a little more juice, we could take out some carb heat as well as some flaps. But for now, we'll just let it slow climb while we're talking about other things. We can feel that the yoke and the other controls are a bit mushy. So it's going to take a bit more input in order to get the aircraft to do what you want it to do. But you also want to make sure you don't do abrupt control inputs, because since you're at such a low speed, your lift is taking the brunt of so your wing is taking the brunt of having to hold that altitude. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Because you're at such a slow speed, in order to maintain altitude, you need that higher angle of attack, which means you're a lot closer to that critical angle of attack, so you're very close to a stall. So if you add in, hang on. So we can demonstrate slow flight, you want to be just below stall indication. So if you bring up a little bit more angle of attack, there we go. You get that indication. Also, the other thing that I'm supposed to bring up as well is during slow flight, your left turning tendencies are much more pronounced. So you got to make sure you got that right rudder in, or whatever rudder is necessary in order to maintain coordination. So we have overshot our 5,000 feet, so we will demonstrate a descent. We hold our speed with our yoke once again, and we bring our power out for our altitude. As we reach that altitude, bring that power in to hold it. So again, this definitely shows that relationship between our pitch and our airspeed and our power for our altitude, and the relationship between pitch and power as well. So yeah, so when we're turning, that's the next thing that we will talk about. Again, motion controls, so we need more input in order to actually get it to do what you want it to do. However, again, don't do that abrupt input. And because we are losing even more of that vertical lift for that turn, you want to make sure you add in that little bit of power in order to maintain that altitude. And make sure you don't stall. So there, we did a 90-degree turn to the left. Then we will do a 90-degree turn to the right. Nice and gentle like. Make sure we're staying coordinated. Maintain that pitch, or that airspeed with our pitch, and that altitude with our power. And in order to get back into level cruise flight, we increase our power, decreasing our pitch, bring out our carb heat, and don't dump your flaps, but bring them out nice and gently as our airspeed comes up. So, oops, wrong button. 10 degrees of flaps comes out as we're still maintaining our altitude. Ah, gosh darn it. And second notch comes out. Oh, sorry, hang on. Ugh. Oops, oh gosh. There we go. So, common errors for slow flight is having those abrupt inputs and either having that indication of stall or stalling entirely. Not reconfiguring the aircraft, whether you're climbing or in, as a real world example, in a go around, and then you don't have enough power for that climb that is necessary. Dumping flaps again on that go around, that loss of lift can be disastrous in such a thing as a go around. Not properly using the power, so having too little power, having too much power, and either climbing or descending. And the other one instructor told me today. So when you are you bring that throttle out in order to start losing airspeed, but you're not losing airspeed. What on earth? Why aren't we losing airspeed? It's because we're not maintaining our altitude with our pitch. So yes, making sure we are paying attention to that. Hello, how's it going? Glad you're able to catch the non-instruction stream tonight. Yes, this is. Do you see? I have a nice, pretty new disclaimer at the bottom there. So yes, happy to have you, to not instruct you, and to just have a generally wonderful time. All right. So, my nemesis is next. Frickin' steep turns. Let us go. We have cleared the area. Steep turns, we use to demonstrate that as we increase our bank angle, at some point, it is going to want to continue banking to a point where we will even have to put opposite aileron in order to keep from overbanking. It also is a very good way of demonstrating the loss of vertical lift as you turn. And yeah, so we get on our cardinal direction. Let's see. I don't want to get too far away, so we're going to turn back around. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so we're going to get onto a cardinal heading. We are going to put in 2,500 RPM, which is our cruise. But we won't do that for this one. We'll figure that out at some point. And then we're going to bank. So we have our attitude indicator from that middle white line here. We have 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. In the middle there is 45. A little after that is 50. 45 is for private, 50 is for commercial. So after we get, hang on. After 30 degrees of bank, at some point after 30 degrees of bank, we're going to increase, hang on. I was having such an issue where, hello. Oh, sorry, I'm turning around, so I hope I don't like completely plow into you guys. So yeah. So in order, since we're losing that vertical lift, we will probably need to add 1 or 200 RPM at some point and make sure we're holding back pressure on our yoke in order to keep that nose on the horizon, kind of. So it's a visual maneuver. So once we get set on our attitude indicator, and gosh darn it. On our attitude indicator and we're holding our altitude properly, we're going to look at our angle with the horizon, and that should be a 45 or 50 degree angle, depending on which one we are aiming for. And wherever that level intersection is on the cowling, we're going to keep that point there. If it starts moving up, then, oops. If it starts moving up, then we need to bring our nose up. If it starts moving down, we need to bring our nose down. Verify with your instruments, but keep your eyes outside as much as possible. Don't worry, you're dead. Your plane broke. Oh no! What happened? You're lacking in general competence. Guess you have to go get your YouTube degree for that. Yes. Only kidding, you got the YouTube doctorate long ago. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations from long ago, or for long ago. Yes, and I hope that doesn't come across as me saying, like you as viewers need the general competence. I'm saying for general competence from a person who is providing instruction. I am not providing instruction, and I am also not generally competent. So in order to have a generally competent instructor, needs to be certificated. Yes. Left aileron got damaged because of overspeed. What were you doing? Okay. So we're going to do one to the left. We're going to do one to the right. So when we're coming around, when we're ending our first turn, we need to start rolling out at half the bank angle. So it'll be 25 degrees since we are at 50 degrees for bank. So since we are on a heading of north, we will start rolling out at 25 degrees. Plus, the power that we add in and the pitch that we add in to maintain level flight will cause us to balloon once we start rolling our wings level. So we got to make sure that we take that out or compensate for it in that rollout. And then once we do our turn to the right, all of the past things will be true, plus we will need to have more right rudder. So yeah. Oh, loops, nice, nice, and fair enough. And you're out there crop dusting in the Stearman. Excellent, excellent. And no, totally understood just being a class clown. Wait, scratch that. No class, only clown. Yes, okay, I appreciate that. Fair enough. No, it is. Very fun. Okay, so we're gonna bring it down like a little bit. Power. I don't know how well that's gonna work. Well, actually, we're just gonna keep it up there like that and see what happens. So we're going to start our bank. Let that nose come down just a little bit, and then we're gonna start pulling up. Not pulling up yet, I guess. Now we're gonna start pulling up. Now we're not gonna pull up. So yeah, that was part of my problem. You know what? That I think that is again, we figured it's partially a right seat problem. Oops. Bringing that yoke out. But I will come back to that. I will come back to it. Get our right rudder in. So I don't know if you noticed at all, but the intersection on the cowling, was a lot. So like here, our intersection is a lot further this way on the cowling, right? You know? Oops, shoot. There we go. That shouldn't have worked, but okay. So yeah, so for the left one, the intersection is way up here, and that seems weird, like it shouldn't be. And then for this one, the intersection is way over there. And apparently it's exactly the same, and I feel like that makes so much sense, but I never realized that before. So yeah, so I kept expecting it to be like there, and so my nose is way too freaking high apparently. And then on this side, I was expecting it again to be like more in the middle, but it's not. So yes, that is something to remember. So common errors for steep turns is not enough pitch or too much pitch. So the one that I did today was having way too much pitch in the roll in. Having a late rollout, which we almost did, but apparently it did not. And then not removing that added power and pitch when transitioning back into level flight. Completely thrown off at the perspective of right seat. I know, right? Guessing that it's fairly normal to have to get used to for anyone doing CFI. And that is something that we did talk about quite a bit today, because it was just honestly, my last how many like flight lessons have been fairly frustrating, just because I know I can do this stuff and I have done this stuff, but for some reason it's just not coming as easily to me. And it's a lot of it is the right seat perspective. It seems like it should be, I don't know, to some degree. Why? Rudder. It's a sneaky thing. It seems like it shouldn't be that hard, and as I've been flying more and more with the right seat, it seems like I should be more used to it, but I'm still not. So definitely is noted. Noted what? You're not supposed to be noting anything. No notes. No notes. All right. So next thing we're going to talk about is stalls. So when we talk about stalls, when it comes to practicing in our aircraft, we're talking about aerodynamic stalls. So the airflow, we exceed the critical angle of attack with our wing, and the airflow separates from that wing and causes a significant loss of lift. Stalls can happen at any airspeed and at any attitude, so we practice so that we can feel that impending stall or what an actual stall feels like and be able to either prevent it or recover from it. You noted the common errors. Oh, yes, and that's just like some of them. There's a lot more that there could be. You could probably note a bunch from what I did. So, yeah. Um the last time that we practiced this, my right, and that's what it is. So like it almost seems like my left, and I do think that it is a visual thing. My left one I have too far of a pitch up because I'm expecting the intersection to be like there, right? I talked about this earlier, but like this literally what it is. And then but it's actually supposed to be about like there or like there. Like there. Sorry, hang on. Like there. Right? So this is where we're kind of supposed to be. But I'm expecting that we're supposed to be like way up here. And that's way too nose high. Whereas for this one, I'm expecting it to be like there, and that's way too nose low for the visual, right? And it's supposed to be way up there. And it just feels so freaking weird. So, yeah. Burns notebook, yes. Exactly. That is the perfect corrective action. Do I find the same issue with right seat perspective in not sim? Oh, yes. No, it's absolutely an issue in real life. Mainly in sim. Oh, no. No. It's a, yes. It is an issue in real life. Guessing the fuel kicks in some muscle memory even in the right seat. But that could be even part of the issue is because like, okay. So like being over here when you're hang on. Yeah. So when you're flying to the left and you're using your left hand and everything, it's supposed to be like you feel like you're supposed to be like that. And then you feel like you're supposed to be like that. So then when you're doing a turn to the left, you feel way too high because turns to the left, you should be closer to the ground. You know what I mean? And then like turns to the right, you feel way too low because in a right turn, you should be further away from the ground, if that makes sense. So with the right seat, so when you first start training from the left seat, just general training, right? You are completely learning something new. So you get into it and you get that memory, that muscle memory, and eventually through that practice you get it and it feels familiar, it feels right. But then you move to the right seat and not only are you're not completely learning everything again, but you have that muscle memory to actually you have to overcome that muscle memory. Does that make sense? So some of that muscle memory, even though some of it should be helpful, some of it's completely unhelpful because you have like it's telling you to do something you're not supposed to do, or it feels like you're doing something wrong even though you're doing something right. So yeah, so like that's another thing. I'm so distraught by it, just to a little degree. But yes, because again, like I did a couple more air tours, couple more days of air tours recently as well, and everything felt so much better. I felt so much more confident in the left seat, doing all the things. I even did some lazy eights, some commercial steep turns perfectly, maybe, I don't know, with one of the passengers, and it felt just fine. I felt perfectly in control with it. One, it was a different aircraft. It was a 172. Two, I was in the left seat. So, like, it is. That's part of the frustration, is knowing that I can do these things. It's just not working properly. because of just that, little bit of difference. So yeah, muscle memory gets thrown out because the position switches enough to mess with your inner ear positioning. Well, so I would say again, so I've had the issue where you've gotten so used to the muscle memory of left hand on the yoke, right hand on the throttle. So even in the sim, I should say particularly in the sim actually, I'll start reaching like left hand for the yoke and right hand for the throttle. And that's not correct. And that like little bit, those couple of seconds that kind of like confuses the brain a little bit, then you got to switch it up a little bit. And plus then when you're trying to do stuff like um if you would bring the yoke back, let's say for landing, you're bringing the yoke back, you're pushing or hang on. Like if you needed to bring a little bit of power in, hang on. I don't know. Like I remember my first right seat landing. Getting way too high. I remember my first. You could use some rescue. Oh no! I shall come circle. I remember my first right seat landing. You're so used to like doing one thing with the yoke and one thing with the throttle, so those hands want to do that thing. So if they're opposite, if you're supposed to put throttle in and bring the yoke back. Oh, okay, so that's what it was. So in the flare, you bring the yoke back, right? But with your left hand. So if you're going to try to flare, maybe your left hand brings the throttle out instead, and then you lose that power right at the thing. So yeah, I don't know. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? So yes, so not only the muscle memory, like yeah, you can't trust your muscle memory, I guess, is probably a much easier way of putting that. Or you can't always trust your muscle memory. You're flipped in a cornfield. Oh no. We will. We'll come circle. Should say ignore your questions if they're basic or no. No. It does. It helps. It helps me to like go over the things, and it kind of helps me make sense of it as well. So no, don't worry about that. Naturally inquisitive and talkative, and I appreciate that. And that trends to be disruptive, and you don't want to be disruptive. Oh no, absolutely not. Like it is. It does. It does. It helps me to be able to explain that stuff, just because, like I said, it can be incredibly frustrating when it feels like I'm not making progress. But and that's another thing that my instructor and I talked about is he said like in other training systems for this, like the first part of it is just getting familiar and getting really comfortable and used to the right seat flying. And like we did some of that in the beginning, just doing some fun flights because I didn't want to go straight from the commercial check ride right into CFI. But it wasn't. It was basically like one flight a week, and we were just kind of having a good time, just like enjoying flying a little bit. So I'm still not quite used to the whole right seat thing. And it does create a little bit of a struggle. So for anyone who's considering going into CFI, get that stuff, words I can't say because I'm a lady, get that stuff down, practice, get that experience in. I am going to have to start. I've been so nervous to like solo right seat just in case I did do one of those things, like accidentally pull the throttle when I'm trying to pull the yoke back and stuff like that. I think better about it. So hopefully soon I'll be able to go start practicing on my own, and that'll be good. Totally get that part. Okay, can't use a joystick or mouse in your left hand, so you get that. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, and then just that like again, that muscle memory of doing the opposite thing. Yeah. There was actually there was actually a moment in my last lesson where I was reaching for the flaps and I was absentmindedly I put my hand on one of the levers and I wasn't going to do anything with it. I was making sure I was going to do whatever it is correctly. And I realize my hand is on the mixture instead of the flaps. And I realized that my instructor has his eyes on my hand on the mixture. And I go, that's not the flaps. And he's like, yeah, that was about to get pretty spicy. So I did. There's all these stories of students accidentally like pulling the throttle. And I was almost one of those. I don't think it would have, just because like the mixture you have to pull out, and like the lever you have to push down, you know? So I hope that wouldn't have been a thing, but I don't know. You never know. Okay, sorry. Lots of venting today, I guess, and trying to explain myself. Okay, so power off stall. We'll try to just like slam through these. So power off stall, we use to demonstrate. One real world example for this would be if we're coming in for a landing, we realize we're coming up short on the runway, and instead of putting power in, we decide to just hold the nose off. And what that does is it doesn't actually keep us in the air like we would like it to. It just keeps bleeding off our airspeed until we stall right into the ground. So in order to configure for that, we are going to get onto a cardinal direction and configure for slow flight. So bring it down to 1900. Hold that yoke back to maintain our altitude while the speed comes down. Carb heat goes out. That should bring it to 1700. One notch of flaps below 100 miles per hour. Two notches of flaps below 90 miles per hour. And once we get to 70 miles per hour, like we would be on final, we drop the nose for a 500 foot per minute descent. And then once we get there, descend, but don't speed up is what you're supposed to do. Once we do that, we go power out. Oops, hang on. This is not what we do, but we're getting back on our heading. Then we bring the nose over that horizon. Keep smoothly and firmly pulling back, even if the nose comes a little bit high. And then right at that, don't say oops. Just release that back pressure. Throttle goes in. Carb heat goes, sorry. Did I just completely throw off my trim? Yes, I freaking did. Hang on. There. Sorry. Yes, for that recovery, it needs to be like the first unintentional is not the right word, but the first drop of the wing by itself, or the nose by itself. I had two issues today where I was doing the stall and it didn't fully drop, so I didn't recover. So I actually put it kind of into a secondary stall. And then the next time it didn't drop as aggressive as I was expecting it to. So then I didn't quite recover for that either. So what was happening is I was bringing the stall. Hang on, I'll go like this again. Bring it down for that descent, and then we bring it back up. So I was doing it way too gradually. So, okay, here, this might work. Okay, so that wasn't quite what I wanted it to do, but yeah. So it did. It didn't stall quite as aggressively as I expected it to, so I didn't recover. And so it does. It needs to be that initial like uncontrolled maybe drop of the wing that you recover from, and that is full brake. And then we recover and make sure we reconfigure once we are have our climb speed. We bring our notch of flaps out, bring another notch of flaps out, return to our heading, and return to our altitude. Okay, sorry. Fun, 10% mixture instead of flaps full. Right, could see that happening. Right, and I did. It was one of those things where it's like, okay, they feel completely different, and they do completely different things. But when you're that overloaded, I guess, it can be a thing. I completely fricked up my trim without even meaning to. I'm so upset about it. Although you could see that even in the left seat when you were a student just grabbing and doing the wrong thing. Fair enough. But I think at that point I was so when I was a student pilot, I was very particular, and I'd heard those stories and I didn't want to be that person. So I made sure I was grabbing the right thing at every time. But then now, like I am a lot more comfortable in the aircraft. So that actually makes me kind of like, I reach for something and I'm also focused on this other thing over here. Not that I'm actually going to do that, but I am able to like go and reach for it and then think about it. And then, you know what I mean? So instead of thinking and then reaching and doing, I go reach for it, make sure I'm doing the correct thing, and do it, if that makes sense. I don't know. So yeah, and then plus it's like that much more overloaded with not only doing all the things that you're supposed to do, but then also trying to teach the things that you're supposed to do. It's a lot. Oops is the perfect word for a CFI. I know, especially on the Discovery flights with potential. I know. I do. I need to stop doing that. But oh god, is the anti-stall assist on? We don't have that. We just have Ducky to indicate that we are in fact stalling or about to. Yes, so common errors for that: an improper pitch up. So being too over aggressive or too gentle with it. Having an over aggressive recovery, which we kind of had in here, we nose down pretty well. And then not reconfiguring and having that power available for our climb out. Power on stall. That is, so we clear our area, and then what we do, Ducky, yes, love Ducky. As always, thank you for Ducky. Let's say hi. Let's say hi to Ducky. Hello, Ducky. How are you? He is dancing. Whee! All right. We're getting close to some clouds, so we're gonna turn around. So we did our clearing turn. A power on stall is example that we might use. We might actually get into one of those is high density altitude takeoff. So if we did not account for high density altitude as we were going to take off from some airport, we may encounter a power on stall. Because if we are able to get off the ground but then are unable to climb sufficiently, and we are coming up on some obstacle that we do not want to run into, we do not have any power left. We already have the power full in, but we're still not climbing. What we might do is we might just keep on bringing that nose up, bringing that nose up, bringing that nose up, hoping that that's going to give us enough lift to get over that obstacle. However, perhaps it won't. And we just bleed off that speed and we just stall it into the obstacle. So, we get onto our cardinal heading. We will do westerly for this one. Then we will drop down to our 1900 again. And that was another thing too, is I had kind of all different numbers. And my instructor said to do the same number as much as possible, so you don't have to remember them all, which makes perfect sense. But yeah, so we'll see how well this works. So 1900, hold our altitude, pitch up, pitch up, pitch up. At 65, I think. I was taking notes. So this one might actually be 1500. So I had 1500, so we'll see. So 65, then we full power and bring the nose up, bring the nose up, bring the nose up. Make sure we keep coordinated. That's probably a little bit aggressive. So hold it. And it's supposed to be to first indication. So we nose down. And climb out at our VY. Common errors. Improperly pitching up, too aggressive or not aggressive enough where you don't even get the stall indication. And then improper rudder use or coordination, not staying coordinated and getting yourself into a spin. Don't do that. All right. Ducky should learn to grab the yoke for stall prevention. Oh my, I just had like a vision of just like weird human arms reaching out and grabbing the yoke. I don't know why they have to be human. That would be like a Halloween special. Otherwise, he like pecks your hands to release the yoke. That could work as well. I like it. I like this train of thought. Just went through your control surfaces lecture, and this is stuff you went over in high school. Yes? So it's going well then. I would assume. All right, so that was our power on stall. Accelerated stall. We didn't actually do today, so we're going to move on. So secondary stall. We clear the area. We communicate. Improper stall recovery. Secondary stall happens with an improper stall recovery. So it's after you stall it, and then it just stalls again. So we configure for our power off stall, bring it down to 1900. Hold that altitude with our yoke as the speed bleeds off. Carb heat comes out, so that goes down to 1700 RPM. One notch of flaps below 100. Second notch of flaps below 90. Then once we hit 70 miles per hour, we bring it down to 500 foot per minute descent. So descending, but not increasing that speed. Power comes out. Nose comes up to that horizon. Keep that back pressure in. Keep that back pressure in. Oops, I pressed something. Keep that back pressure in. So instead of recovering, we keep that back pressure in. And we just let that stall horn get screechy again, and that's when we recover. So nose down, power in, reconfigure. Carb heat goes out. Oops, wrong button. First notch of flaps. Make sure we have a proper speed. Second notch of flaps. Common errors. Improperly holding off. So like there, I did hold off a little bit more than I should have. So we got full brake and then got the stall warning again. And I think it did go full brake on the secondary one. So that was unfortunate. And then not reconfiguring. So make sure you bring out that carb heat, bring out those flaps, or reconfiguring incorrectly with dumping flaps. You don't want to do that. Okay. I think the hardest part in there for you will be turnbuckles. Explain. It sounds familiar, but it's not coming to me. You would have loved it if your instructor had said, oops. Oh no, it happened once. You were leaving an air show flying out of Muskogee, Oklahoma, and the ATC changed the takeoff runway on you right after You turned onto the taxiway. Oh no. Okay. You heard a loud oops because we were at the point headed down the taxiway into traffic that was turning around. Oh no. Well, clearly it worked out just fine, so maybe a good oops once in a while is a good thing. um Elevator trim stall we did today as well. So we cleared the area, we communicate, and this demonstrates the importance of reconfiguring, particularly after landing, because on landing, your trim is probably pretty nose high. So if you have that configuration when you take off, we will demonstrate why that's not a good thing. And it also helps knowing what to do or how to handle trim failure. So we configure for a power off stall. So 1900 RPM. Hold that yoke, hold back pressure on that yoke in order to hold that altitude. Carb heat comes out, so that brings it down to 1700 RPM. One notch of flaps below 100, 2 notches of flaps below 90. Once we're at 70, we are going to, hang on. Oh, okay. So we pitch down. Oh, shoot. Pitch down. Oops. Gosh darn it. Wrong freaking button. Okay. This button. Gosh darn it. We trim for a negative 500 feet per minute descent so that we can fly hands off. And then, hang on, there, okay. And then we, oops, not that. And then we go around. So we, full power goes in. We don't hold the yoke. Oops. Go around, bring that carb heat out. Flaps come out. Or not. Hang on. Maybe I should have kept the flaps in. Oh yeah, there we go. That works. Gosh darn it. We're going to try that again. 1700, carb heat goes out. Power should be out just a little bit more. So we full power without holding that yoke back. Or without pushing that yoke in. It worked in the plane. Maybe I need to put carb heat out at least. There we go. That ups our power. Elevator trim stall. There we go. So once we hear that, then we nose down, reconfigure, and trim properly. Yeah. I guess I'll have to practice that one again at some point. Common errors. Improperly trimming and then not getting to that stall, which we did. Not maintaining coordination. I did see us moving around a little bit. What is happening? I think we are still properly or not properly trimmed. Basically, you use them to tension your control cables, then you wrap it in safety wire in a specific way to keep it from loosening. Okay, fair. Use them to tension your control cables. Interesting. That sounds tricky. So I hope it goes well. And you have a hard time stalling Cessnas. See, the thing is, so again, this was the elevator trim stall, and we just worked on that. So I probably need to practice it again. And I don't know if it like does different things in this in the sim here versus that aircraft. So I don't know. Wait. Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to try one more thing. Hang on, hang on. I might have done a silly. It's perfectly reasonable that I may have done a silly. Carb heat goes out. Hold that altitude. First notch of flaps. Oops. Hold that altitude. Second notch of flaps. We're going to power out and then trim for our 500 foot per minute descent. Freaking trim. And then we're going to, we full power like we're going around. We're going to throw our carb heat out. Keeping us level with the horizon. I don't frickin' know. It's not working. Hello! Safety wire at all. It was your favorite part of school? Oh, that sounds awesome. Okay. But in a specific way, though. Thank you for the follow, Princess Ashuwu. Appreciate you being here. I do. I love hearing. I just did the operations of systems today. Did not go as in depth as safety wiring things, but it is. I do like knowing and understanding how that stuff works. And it always has been one of my weaker spots because I never really got into that stuff until I started doing the flying stuff. So it is all kind of new for me. So I appreciate hearing that perspective and getting little tidbits that I can remember. So yeah, so that was an elevator trim stall. It didn't work as well as he showed it to me, so I clearly did something incorrect. Common errors. Did I talk about that? Yeah, not maintaining coordination, and then like not maintaining. I'm leaning on my freaking rudder. Sorry, not reconfiguring, and my trim is still wonked. Not reconfiguring. In the recovery or in real life after a landing. All right, we'll do the cross-controlled stall, and then we will head back. Oh God, where are we? Oh, we're pretty close. Good. Thank goodness. We will head this-ish way. There are like 5 different ways to do a turnbuckle. So why are there 5 different ways? Is it like for different circumstances or for different parts or for different, not performance isn't the right word. But like, does each one do a different thing? Double wrap spiral is your favorite. That's okay. So how does that go? Yeah, describe to me how it goes through text. I'm sure you can, but like I'm gonna be mentally in knots. Can you get a pickup stuck upside down in your Stearman in a cornfield? All right, we're making our way over there. We'll make our way over there while we're talking about cross-controlled stall. So we cleared our area, and now the reason we practice cross-controlled stalls is because A real life example for when we might get into a cross controlled stall situation is if we are maneuvering low to the ground. We might feel like we don't want to bank our wings for that turn, since we are, again, so close to the ground. So instead of using our ailerons and our wings to bank and turn, we just use our rudder. Either one of our rudders. And because of that, that can get us into a cross-controlled skidding situation. I'll just say, no, a cross-controlled situation, which can be dangerous, particularly close to the ground, and could potentially not end well. So we configure like an accelerated stall. Oh my gosh, I spelled that wrong. I wrote down, he said overdo the left rudder. So I'll go over it. Yeah, I wrote overdo the way like an overdue library book rather than overdo it. Like do it more than you should. Yeah. It was a stressful lesson. Frustrating. That's okay. That's why we practice. So, like an accelerated stall, we start our power off stall. We configure for a power off stall, so 1900 without carb heat or flaps. We don't want to do accelerated stall or cross controlled stall with carb heat and flaps. That just adds too many things that could turn things dangerous. So not carb, as I just get done talking about it. So holding it in there. So it should be 1700 then, since we're not doing carb heat or flaps. Holding that altitude with our yoke. Sorry, I have to turn away from you momentarily to get on a cardinal direction. And then at our 75 miles per hour, so we'll go 70 knots, I guess. So we're about there. We're going to put ourselves into a 30-degree bank, overdo the left rudder, and add in opposite aileron to hold that 30-degree bank. Okay, I'll get to that. Okay, and we can let, oops, hang on, sorry, hang on. Get back to our 70, and we're just going to leave our altitude where it's at. So, we power off, get ourselves into that 30-degree bank. We can let our nose come down a little bit. We're going to overdo that rudder, hold that, oops, hang on. Frick, my rudders are under my frickin' table. Trying again, hang on. On north, we'll do our 70 degrees. So as we get to that 30 degrees of bank, left rudder, hold that aileron. There we go. Yeah. And then we recover by letting that nose come down, leveling our wings. Power goes in, climb out at VY, and get back onto our heading. Yeah, that. So, and that is also, that's supposed to also demonstrate that how our stall indication can come at a higher airspeed than we might expect because of that cross-controlled situation. Common errors, what I did the first time and completely confused him, and he thought that I was trying to kill him. I removed the bank before adding the rudder in, so I just completely took out like that. Like I went like that, and then I went like that, and then it was like we were just completely skidding but going straight, and yeah, it was yeah. Other thing, nose. Oops. letting the nose get too high or too low, not getting to 30 degrees, or getting cross-controlled before getting that stall horn, or not ever getting to that stall horn because you let the nose get too low. And as well as with that, getting to that stall, before you get uncoordinated. And I was trying to figure things out. I was like, okay, so since we're configuring like an accelerated stall, and a lot of things are like the accelerated stall, so our common errors could be similar to the accelerated stall. And one of my common errors for the accelerated stall is not keeping coordinated. So, and I say that out loud, and I'm thinking about writing it down. And he goes, well, you can cross that one out, can't you? And I was like, well, why? And then I thought, oh, because we're literally trying to get not coordinated. So, yeah, that. Amazing. All right. So, sorry. Getting back. So, so those were common errors. And any questions? Non-students? Chicken, do you have any questions? Turning around, coming back. We shall spiral down near you. You haven't done that one yet? You did a really poor single spiral in general. Oh no. Practice makes proficient. In the simulator, you're having a tough time spinning the 172. 172s are pretty stable, if that counts. So, yeah, it's X-Plane 12, and it's been 20 years since you did any spins, so you're fairly sure the acronym PEBCAC applies. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. I do. I think that that's just kind of generally a thing. Oops. So it might not be PEBCAC. Okay, cut 2 pieces of safety wire, each 15 to 16 inches long. Insert 1 wire through the center hole in the body, like my belly button. Sorry. We were talking about cutting passengers in half earlier. It was perfectly normal conversation. So apparently that's on my mind. Center hole in the body and bend in opposite directions. Insert 1 wire through the center hole, bend in opposite directions. Okay. Insert the second wire and bend to mirror the first. Boom. So it makes kind of like an X. Yes? Yes. Spiral each wire pair around the body and shanks so the wires cross each other twice. So each wire in opposite directions. So like this wire is looping this way, and then this wire is looping this way, or spiraling. Thread each pair of wires through the eyes or forks from opposite sides, and at each end bend 1 wire back towards the center. I feel like I've seen something-ish like this watching the owners / A&P of my home airport do stuff. But I'm almost positive that I'm probably imagining it incorrectly. Bend 1 wire back towards the center. Now wrap the other wire at least. Oh wait, hang on. Each wire back. Now wrap the other wire at least 4 turns around the first wire and the shank. Images. Okay. Oops. See, I was kind of thinking like that, but then I think my brain stopped working. 4 turns around the first wire and the shank. If necessary, form 1 wrap at a time, pulling each wrap tight before making the next. Pull only from the ends as pliers. Oh, can scar the wire and weaken it. Ooh, okay. Make the second pair of wraps inboard of the first in the same direction as the adjacent wraps. Again, 4 turns is the minimum. Neat and tight is your goal. I'll try not to take that out of context. Trim the loose ends and form them tightly with the wraps so they won't snag fingers. Good thinking. Slip a rag behind the assembly and spray it with a penetrating corrosion inhibitor. In particular, the wrapped area of the shanks. You're done. You make it sound so simple. Interesting, though. Okay. If you look at a biplane, you will see them a lot. Oh, okay. Interesting. And you can omit the spiral or only have one wire. Oh, very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I get the like gist of it, but my brain is definitely like trying to give me the incorrect image of it, even though I looked at the actual image of it. So very cool. Thank you for writing all that out. And that's super cool to get that perspective of it and at least try to understand it. Where did you go? Am I like right above you? Hang on. Steep spiral. Put our carb heat in. We need to at least get a pitch for what's it? Oh, there you are. Okay. We're at 4,300. We're going to pitch for best glide. We're going to come spiral down, potentially do an emergency landing into the field beside you. And then we will go back to our airport. Don't know, all you see is corn and 100 LL. I am coming. I probably should have not started gliding from way over there. It was about 1,200 feet. We're not going to be able to get 3 turns in, I don't think. It's 2,500, 2,000, 1,500. Yeah, no. We'll get maybe 2 turns in. Ugh. That almost looks like it's a really nice runway there. I'm not sure if I should, like, come over the top of you or, like, what would be the play here? Because, like, on one hand, if I come over the top of you, then then I don't have to worry about hitting you if I come from this way and miscalculating it and then running into you. You know what? I think I think we'll have enough room. So we're gonna come like this. So our wind is pushing us this way. Oops. Keeping our nose coming down. Frick, I'm supposed to be using my right hand only. All right, so we are at 2,000, which is about pattern altitude. So we're going to set up for we are on our downwind. I want to make it like right there. There's like a little tan patch almost in the middle. Okay, so we're going to turn our base. 500. Thank you, Preflight. Oh, wrong button. I need my flaps. I think we're a little bit high, so need to properly slip. So I'm not slipping properly at all. I miscalculated. Oh gosh. Hello. Oh no. You are straight up upside down. Like you weren't even joking. Oh no. Loved the maybe. Oh god, what part? You see, G100 UL. Thanks for the non-instruction again tonight. Yes, time for you to hit the hay. Sounds good. Good night. Thank you for being here. Have a good not instructing session stream night. Yes, thank you. It is no instruction. This is not instruction. And that was like, I don't know. I think you looked a little smaller than I was anticipating. I think it's probably because you were upside down. So it threw off my gauge, but also I was definitely just too high where I was. Anyway, but yes, good night. Have a good rest of your week. Hope to see you again soon. Until next time, all the good things. And then, yes, hi, hello. How are you doing? Are you moving? Because you're sinking into the ground. You came out of your low pass and lost power. Must have hit a rock or ditch. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do to help you. But we're gonna have to. It is bobbing. That's funny. We're gonna have to. We'll go get help. We're gonna head back to the airport and get some help. How's that sound? Whoa. Okay. So where we are, I probably should have checked that. I'm gonna quick. Hang on. Hang on. Let me make sure this is correct. Hang on. Because our altimeter, look at that. We're down at less than 800 feet when we were at 1,200 feet over there. So let's check. 2985. Weird. Huh. Everywhere around it shows like, well, I guess that one's 1,000 feet. That one's a little less than 1,000 feet. So, damn. Okay. In the cargo bay, you have cutters. Get it. Get it. You've heard of landing wheels up, but you think that's a little over the top. Ah. Yes. A good way of putting it. Must be a low point, apparently. So yeah, that was I did. I came in too high, and then I wasn't able to slip the way that I wanted to, but we made it, I guess. So all right, we'll go get help. Doing the thing, reconfiguring. We want a notch of flaps. And we're gonna go, oops, we're gonna go like that, and we're gonna hold that nose off, We got a little bit of flaps in there, so we want to get off the ground as quickly as possible, get into ground effect. Yep, and then we nose back down, get into, stay in that ground effect, not hitting the ground again while we build up that speed. Then we and as we get to our VY, we get enough speed going on. We can, oops, wrong button, flaps out. And we'll head back to our airport to get help. Double dad joke in your last one. You're sure your wife and kids are groaning without even hearing it, but they can just sense it. Yes. I am sure that is the case. It's perfect. I very much appreciated it. Well, you need some sleep. It sounds good. Unlearn everything. You weren't supposed to be learning anything anyway. I mean, your plane's already upside down. Shouldn't it already be asleep? Ha 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 ha. But yes, thank you for being here. Thanks for flying along. I don't know why my things went away again. Hello. Thank you for flying. And cannot fly from that direction. And for the humor. So we'll make our way back to our airport. Oops. Checking things. Oh gosh, you know what else I did? For the love. You guys haven't been hearing any of the noise from the aircraft, have you? I turned the freaking audio off for a little bit and then I forgot to turn it back on. I'm so sorry. All of the freaking technical difficulties. On the plus side, the prop stopped before the impact, so yay! There we go. Always find that silver lining. Well, and yes, I hope you get your last solo cross country in as soon as possible, so that very soon we will be hearing about a highly successful check ride. I'm so looking forward to that. We took off 2-8, so we might just do a base entrance, or we could just go like that and then go in like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure out what we're doing as we get closer. 0.2 hours. I know. I'm just like, you could have just sat on the ground for 0.2. Played with the GPS. No. You could have done one more circuit in the pattern on your last one. But no, it will. It's better to do more than just enough. At least that's been my thing. Has been the longest 0.2 hours. That is absolutely fair. Should have gone around. Oh, and that was one of my things. Oops, gosh darn it. Where I had heard of that. Having just that little bit of time left. And so I was very, very particular about making sure that if I needed just that little bit of extra time, I would do a couple of patterns. I would wander a little bit. But again, it will be good experience to have that extra one under your belt. So it'll be good. It'll work out fine. So we're making our way direct to, oh gosh, wrong thing. Do you have LittleNavMap up, right? I hope so. Direct to. Just a quick hop down to KLX. Sounds good. And then even if something, so I assume, even if something happens there, you will have had that cross-country time. As long as you get down there, whatever happens after that, you've got it in the bag. Because that'll be 50 miles. 0.2 should be only 6 minutes, so 12 minutes. 50 miles will definitely take more than 12 minutes. Yes. Oh gosh, this one. I'm sorry. I got started late, and then we had our struggly not ground lesson practice, and then we had to do all those stalls. So yes, this is later than it should be. So I apologize. I appreciate you all sticking with me. We're making our way. We're almost at our 10 miles. We'll land. We'll get help. Well, we'll shut down. We'll get help. We'll send help. Then we'll go over LittleNavMap. Point 2. All you need to do is reach top of climb. But it's cross country, right? So you have to go all the way. You have to make a landing 50 miles away. Unfortunately. But yes. Oh. Ah. You know, right, exactly. I mean, like it is. It should only be top of climb. But since it is that cross country. I mean, you could make like a, oh, well, I was gonna say, I don't know. Does Kalex have, oh. Does Kalex have like a burger place or something nearby where you can go have like a little celebratory something, make a little fun day out of it? Like 51 nautical miles, so basically just the limit, and that is all you need. But there have been stories of people using like a 50 nautical mile one, and then all of a sudden they like rezone things or remeasure things or put the center of the airport over here or something, and then all of a sudden it's 49.8, and like you don't know that at the time. You used it for how long? You don't check it anymore because you know, and then all of the ones after that remeasurement end up being you can't use it anymore, and it's it's so bad. I swear to God, if the FAA does that, I know, right? So just make absolute sure at this point, take every freaking precaution. But there is an aviation museum that you work at. Oh, that's fun. That would be a good time. So much good content this year. Thank you. I appreciate it. Can only imagine how much you could be learning if it was actual instruction. I'm still not sure if and when I actually do get the certificate. Like what I'm going to allow for that. Like what I'm going to, yeah, I don't know. Just because it does seem a little bit weird just because it's really not structured enough to where there's just certain things that like I can't tell and I can't take into consideration like I can in real life, or like I would be able to in real life as an actual instructor, if that makes sense. That looks like a little tower. Is that a little tower? Whoosh. It was a little tower. Look at that. Sorry, I don't know why I went into that accent. And you had some general. No, the general. Okay, I'm gonna have to rewrite that because oh god, the general competence is not meant for you guys. It's meant for me. I am the one without the general competence. A certificated instructor would have the general competence. Well, 3D print. Ooh, 3D print just finished. Well, that sounds cool. So now you can actually go to bed. Sounds good. Good night, good night. Happy to have you here. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. So we'll be doing more spoopings on Sunday. I might chill out a little bit We got to the 600th, well, the 627th door in Spooky's jump scare mansion, right? Yeah. So I was a little worried that I wasn't going to be able to get through the game in October if I was, again, generally incompetent for it. So I think that since we got to the 600th door, I can be a little less nervous about that. So maybe we'll start looking around and getting a little more of the story on Sunday. And then we'll be back, should be back on Tuesday with more flying. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. What do you mean, I saw your crash landing. That's what the sim is for. And it was a really good crash landing, I would say. And you forgot you have guys from DC observing you tomorrow. Good luck. I'm sure it will be fine, but that sounds interesting. Just need the other warning, you will die if you take my advice, but please film it. Oh! I kind of like it, but also I don't know if I could do it. I can think these things and imagine these things and be amused by these things, but actually doing these things, I'm not sure I could. I keep leaning on my freaking pedals. Gosh darn it. Okay. And that is better. That is better than not instruction. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. I will. It was kind of a quick one, so maybe I'll just kind of switch it up before every stream. I'm just kidding. I won't be able to do that. I'll forget. And yes. Or I don't know. It could be fun. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Ugh, but I do. I at least have one there. So that's good. Oh, I'm sorry. This is way later than it should have been. But we're almost there. I am once again not flying directly at the airport because I am trying to, you know what? I should have been flying directly at the airport and just doing, cause I'm sure it's still calm. I'm sure the weather is still calm. It is calm. We're flying directly at the airport. We're gonna land on 10. To be fair, you use button brakes since you don't have rudder pedals, so your brakes are all or nothing. Right, exactly. Exactly. And those, yes, button brakes are, because are you talking about like keys? Because I remember before I got my rudder pedals, trying to use the keys for the brakes, and it did not work very well. It did not work very well at all. So I understand. I like the you will die but record it one. Yes, that was amazing. But also, like, it is funny, but at the same time, I actually do need to be proper and stuff. Like, yeah. Because at some point I actually will be that representative within aviation. It'd be so funny though. A button on your stick. I feel like that might be even worse because then you're like you have to move the stick, and this is probably gonna sound really strange, but like you're moving your the how do I say that with joystick? Your joystick. We'll say that. Moving the joystick around as you're still trying to hold those brakes. I don't know. Hey, you warned them. Right, that's fair. But also, that's not always enough anymore. That's why we have caution, peanut bag contains peanuts, and caution, hot coffee is hot on things. Oh, so what was that, 1200? Sorry, I'm so sorry. We're gonna cross midfield to enter left downwind for 10. 2,000. Sorry. Knox County traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1 left, downwind 10. Knox County. You know, it's mean, but at some point Darwin steps in. I know, absolutely fair. But the precedent has been set now, and suing happens. And I will be but a poor ramen-eating CFI at some point, not yet, and will not be able to afford such things. So we're remaining in cruise. We're watching. Once we are abeam on our touchdown point, bring that power back to 1900. Carb heat comes out, which brings down to 1700. First notch of flaps comes in below 100 miles per hour. Second notch of flaps comes in below 9. Oops, just kidding. That's for our other maneuvers, so we're gonna leave that there like that. Knox County traffic, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1 left base 10. Knox County. I keep freaking, the other I keep leaning, and I forgot that I keep leaning. There we go. Okay, so we're there. Second notch of flaps. We're a little bit high, so we're gonna make this nice and square. Bring our power out. Keep our nose coming down. Checking final. Knox County traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, final 10, Knox County. And that goes like that, that goes like that. Oh, that's not correct. So our thing goes like that. So we're going like that, and then we're going like that. And for the love of God, I don't know why. I don't know what it is with fricking slips from the right fricking seat. I'm just, again, for some reason my mind just does not want to accept how slips are supposed to work from the right seat. So there's another right seat nemesis for me, is freaking slips. Cause like, when I go like that, it's obviously this foot. But, oh God, sorry. With the left hand, it's like, I know going this way, it means this foot. Oh no. Well, if anyone was flying along anymore. Oh, our game servers were off, but now maybe they're on. Whoa, again. Okay, sorry. Don't forget the shampoo bottle instructions. Wash, rinse, repeat. There are people still in the shower because they didn't know when to stop. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's one way to go. I mean, it's cozy. It's cozy. You're clean. Fair enough, I guess. Did a forward slip in the cub in the sim and freaked out one of your friends. Oh no. But yeah, I do. I love the slips. Wait, so you did it without telling them? I like that. That's good. Oh shoot, where's the we passed the taxiway. I do. I love doing slips, and I did that basically all through my commercial training because every time I would try to put flaps in for the power off 180, I would end up coming up short. So I would rather just slip the sucker in like be too high, slip it in, and not have to worry about coming in too low. But for some reason, it is the sim itself, I think, too. Like for some reason I can't properly do slips. Knox County traffic, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1, clear of runway 10, all the way to the end. Knox County. So yeah, I have had a hard time doing them in the sim, but from the right seat, even in real life, for my feet want to do the wrong thing. Like my hand goes like this, and then and it wants to be the opposite foot that it is supposed to be, and then I think, okay, so
runway 28.
I went so far to the one side of the taxiway, Preflight thought I was approaching the runway. But yes, so it is. I try to think about it as if it was my left hand, obviously it would be this foot. And then I do that, and then I put my right hand back on it, and you shake it all about. Get it? Yeah. Put my right hand back on it, and then my foot doesn't want to do what it's supposed to again. I don't know. Frickin', I don't know what it is. Friggin' right seat. Anyway, sorry. You're falling asleep. Okay, sounds good. I hope your project worked out well. And or you said you already did the thing, so it did work out well. Happy you were here. Thanks for being here. Can't stop you from learning while sleeping. Well, good thing we're ending the stream anyway, so there's absolutely no learning to be had. I do. I hope you sleep well. Good night, good night. Thank you for being here as always. Look forward to the next time and for the new treat. And yes, until next time, all the good things. To be fair, it was aggressive and almost straight down. Fair enough. Savage Cup is fun. Yes. Love the slips. They're so much fun, but I don't know. For some reason, it's currently a nemesis. That's just hokey. Oh God, what is? Which part? Oh, the hokey pokey. Got it. Sorry. It is late. It has been a struggle of a day, so I apologize. All right, so we do our stuff. I appreciate you all putting up with me and being so lovely. And yeah, sticking around. All the things. Carb heat goes out. All of these things go oops frick out. Then mixture goes out. Boop, boop, boop. Whoosh. Yay, counted. Continue. Goes like that. Then we gotta go like that, go like that. Put our chocks on. Whoosh. 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 Boom. Do our oops. Control the space. Do our final walk around. Got all the things. And we're good. All right. There we go. We will go to the main menu to get you some pretty music so that I can think. Don't apologize, your dad jokes get bad the later it gets, but I love them. I do. Because, like, usually dad jokes are just basically puns, and puns are just the best. Plays on words. That's my favorite. So, I appreciate it. And I want to be able to understand them. If only you didn't learn anything. You didn't. You didn't learn anything. Except probably not to brake so hard in that aircraft. Yes, keep the dad jokes coming. Yes, but what knots do you use to tie down your plane? Old sailor, so you use lots of knots. Yes. I would not be surprised. All right, I'm sorry. Okay. Here we go. Oops, not this one. This one. La da da. So, we started out. Well, first, we did our weight and balance ground lesson, which needs an absolute revamp. I apologize so much. And it is. It's one of those things where, like, I do. If I actually sit and think about it and have it down, I understand it and I know it, but then as soon as I try speaking it, and then I don't have that, like, self-reflection time, it does. It gets a little bit twisted. But yeah, so that'll get better. That will get better. And then we had our flight. We boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop, took off to 8. We did a left downwind departure, I guess, to the southeast. We meant to go just east. We did a 180-degree clearing turn, and then we turned back south because we had some clouds. We did some slow flight. We did some turns. And then we did our steep turns, which were ish. I think they were all right. It's just tap the button and it flips. Well, then I guess the only thing that can be learned is that it is inevitable. There we go. $80 to 140 knots. I can't remember. I can't think of what that was specifically referring to. Apart from, I'm sure it is a wonderful joke that I am not getting. I'm sorry. It is, like, I feel like this is one of the most mushy brains I've had in a while. So, as always, I apologize. We did stalls. Power off stall, power on stall, somewhere in here. A secondary stall. Elevator trim stall, or attempted. Didn't really work very well. We'll have to practice that at some point with Instructor. And then we did cross-controlled stall. We skipped accelerated stall because I didn't do that recently, so we'll get that down again at some point and practice it. Yeah. Oh, and then we spiraled down. I am so sorry. And then we landed nearby. Oh, and we went and we called rescue. I hope they came and got you. We came back in. I was going to come over here and then come into the downwind and land to 9er. Then I was like, screw it. And then we went straight to the airport, crossed over. The wind was calm to land 10. It was a somewhat questionable landing as usual. We went all the way to the end. Almost went back onto the runway and then parked over there somewhere. So yeah. Oh gosh, hang on. The bigger the I'm not sure I understand that one on the YouTube chat, so I'm not sure I should respond to it, or not respond, repeat it, because it seems like something seems a little bit unladylike to say. I'm sorry if it's not. And my brain is just taking it that way. Hello, how's it going, by the way? Yes, I will have to figure out the YouTube chat thing. I don't know why it didn't work tonight. I apologize for that. But yes, welcome. Happy to have you here. Need to do a day where I finish the flight, come and check the path after, and it spells out something like, I'm tired. No. Wait, have you not been here for my track art streams? Oh my goodness, I have actually done track art. It was never that, because I like to do true track art. And well, okay, I'm tired would definitely be true. Good night would definitely be true. But y'all are not annoying, so that would not be true. So I'll leave that part out. No, our first one that we did a Valentine's track art stream, and that was a friggin' riot. It's really terrible. In real life, I can do pretty good track art, but in the sim, it just does not work out the way that I want it to. Plus, the images were fairly ambitious, some of them. So, but some of them they weren't, so I can't even use that excuse. So, you totally missed that stream. It is. It's pretty good. It's on YouTube, on my ideological archives. So if you wanted to look that one up, it was pretty fun. It was Valentine's Day this year, so yeah, that was fun. Don't worry, you're in the back of a pickup, headed to the airport to call a towing company, and then it's off to the hospital. Shouldn't it be hospital first? But okay, all right, whatever you need to do. You're going searching for that? Sounds good. Have a good time. I do. I like going back to that one once in a while. All right, we will find somebody to send it off to. Let me know if you have somebody in mind. It is rather an unfortunate time where there's not a whole lot of people left on. So, we will see though. We will cross our fingers and hope for the best. Aren't I a mod for the Butter Club? Butter Club is Sky Command, right? I am not a mod for the Butter Club. But I think I can consider myself within the Butter Club. Love me some Sky Command. But yes, we see Sky Command once in a while. He's a lovely, lovely person. Enjoy seeing him. And yeah, what am I doing? I'm not supposed to be in here. Hang on. All right. Browsing for our Microsoft Simulator peeps. Do you still say peeps? Is that okay to say peeps? I don't care. It's that time of night where we say peeps. Plus, it's chicken. Oh my gosh. Is that what I need to start calling you guys my peeps? Because of chicken? It's very early in the day, maybe for some of us. Oh, yes, it is. It is quite early in the day. It is quite early in the day. Very late in the day before. Find someone generally competent. Not in an instructor sort of way, but probably in a flying sort of way. Yeah, you dig Sky Command? Yes. Yes, he's lots of fun. Okay. So yeah, so what I like to look for raids is, I mean, people who interact, usually GA flying, as well as, if I didn't already say, people who interact, yeah, that. Also like chats that don't require things from you. I understand it's necessary for some people, but maybe. It's not Easter, so peeps, nah. But like peeps, like my people and chicken. I haven't like figured out because I feel weird. Yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, it's just viewers. You know what I mean? Thought you seen the name a few times. Thought I was a mod. I mean, I'm around places. I'm a mod for Charlie Foxtrot. That might be it. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know. I'm just around. I'm just hanging around. Since you're deaf, you gotta advertise for your deaf folks. Go check out YouTube, some deaf guy. Nice. Sounds good. Oh wait, hang on. Gosh darn it. Shoot. I thought I had somebody, but now they might be leaving or ending. We'll see. I'll start getting it set up, and if they end by that time, then we will find another. LOL in here! No! Oh no! Well, you're falling asleep, Zero. Sounds good. Sleep well. And I am. I am also falling asleep, so I absolutely understand. Yeah, sleep well. Have a great rest of your week. All the good things. I think I went over. We'll do. Yeah, we're doing spoopings on Sunday. More spookies, jump scare mansion, as well as more flying on Tuesday. Unless I should say, if yeah, if I will let you know in Discord here. I hope this works. If it doesn't work, I will just copy this one here. There we go. Perfect. Oh, now you decide to work. Well, that's good. Yeah. If something changes, I will let you know on Discord. Otherwise, that is the current plan. I think we are. I think we're gonna go here. This is good, people. I don't think that they're ending. Fingers crossed. All right. So, yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go there. So to whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you so much for being here. Again, for putting up with me through all of the things. I will hopefully do better with my ground lesson thingies. I mean, the other ones have gone pretty well. This one was just pretty questionable. So again, apologies. And we'll keep working on our flying ones. And I will fix hopefully the chat for YouTube. And I will try to remember my audio the next time as well. Again, thank you for putting up with me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everybody who flew with or who followed or who chatted. All of you, I do. I appreciate you all in each and every way. You got instruction on joining a Discord? No, it was an offer. That, yes. But yeah. If I forgot anything, brain is mush, so I apologize. I did not mean to. But other than that, have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. Thanks to everyone who didn't learn. Yes, you're only thanked and appreciated if you did not learn a thing. No. If there was anything that you may have learned go and check with someone else or some other more official, more reliable. Yes, that. So, I think that's it. So, thank you again so much. Have a great time in the raid. I will be going to bed. So yes, thank you and bye.